Welcome to this week's edition of our increasingly regular puzzle extravaganza. We're going to pick up off of where we left off last week with something that we had stared at for far too long. This is Bird Dog 6's detonation puzzle. Now, we had picked our way through a fairly big chunk of this, and there was one particular thing I couldn't quite put together, and we were right on the verge of coming up with the correct idea as we neared the end of the stream last week, or at least the end of the attempt with this level. And there was one particular thing I was considering that seemed a little bit hacky at a time, but it's the only thing I've come up with. It doesn't quite feel like a puzzle solution, but maybe it is. So, let's just progress as we've done before, and just figure out how to use the POW and the spring in order to get everything together that we need. Hit that, hit the on-off switch, and then it's going to be back over, but then we required a bomb again. And we'll see why in just a moment. It's because we want to blow out the block under the POW. Nope, that's a miss. It needs to be right on that corner. We blow up the block under the POW, and that activates the POW. But then it allows me to go through the door and obtain the spring on the other side. And then we bring the spring back with us in order to grab the spiny hat. And then we have some forward progression in this level, because the spiny hat is something that's kind of like a permanent unlock, as you will see in just a moment. Because as soon as we destroy this block, every time we come back in without the spiny hat, we are able to reobtain it. So this is kind of a strict increase in our power in terms of the tools that are available to us throughout this layout. Now we know that the switch has to be back to the on position, and that will require the same POW interaction again. So let's go back through here. And I believe that means I kind of need a loop around. And that's fine, that's not really too difficult to manage. Everything so far fairly straightforward. Now here is where the issues begin. That we need to get up there somehow, but the puzzle is set up in such a way that you cannot pretty much ever have both the spring and the POW on the left side, because there's no way to get two items onto the left side, since you always have to go through some kind of door. And that's sort of on the assumption that there isn't some kind of timed activation that we can do on the on-off switch that would allow us to traverse multiple gates. But even so, we couldn't quite figure out something that would allow us to do that. So, in the absence of such a solution, what we are going to do is this. We're going to always need to get back in here with the POW in order to take out the muncher. And the fact that we have to get back here with the POW means that we're not going to be using the spring to get up into this position. So what does that leave? That leaves the spiny shell. But first of all, let's... Oh, oops. No, let's fix this up first. Because it would be nice to have that additional safety of being able to take one hit. So we take the bomb, drop the bomb, get over to the POW once more with the on state. And we know that POW plus on state is going to be required for getting past a muncher, but we also don't want to destroy this shell, because the shell is going to be our key to getting upstairs. So what we're going to do is toss the shell, then toss the POW. And I think the POW should maybe be closer to the wall if we're going to do that. Just so we minimize any issues. We don't want the shell to go up here, though, because then I will have some trouble accessing it. Let's try to find a good position for this. We do this. Nope. Missed. Hang on. That was a D-pad error. So let's obtain the POW once more. And try again. Okay, so we've got about 200 seconds to work this out. Okay, there we go. Muncher is down. We now have this shell. Now, this is the part that I had kind of written off as part of the solution last week because it seemed like a bit of a hacky thing to do, which is to toss this shell up and then spin jump on it, which is something that is honestly a little bit tricky to do, but which I think actually is possible. You're kind of discouraged from doing it, I think. And if you knock out the shell like that, you need to redo the entire interaction in order to reclaim the POW to get past the Muncher. Because every time you have a door reset like that, the Muncher is once again going to be going down. So, we're going to have to try that a few times because it's the kind of thing that does not feel like the real solution. Simply because it is execution dependent in a way that a lot of puzzle players up to this point in the level won't have been challenged to do. So, no. But I think it is possible, and it is going to be the approach we take. And if we run out of time, we'll just have to come back in here and do it again. Because currently, despite having worked out a number of ways to play with the spring on our last series of attempts with this puzzle, I don't really see a better recourse right now than what we have here. The donut block, I think, is mostly just an alignment tool to make sure you can get in that gap and survive when you do a POW toss to take out a double stack. We lost a POW, and that's fine because we are now on this step. Nope. Going too early. So we're just going to try to grind our way through this solution. And it should, I think, actually get us to the goal. Once again, doesn't quite feel right. I feel like we are missing some kind of additional step, because currently, when you just do a straight spin off that shell, you are actually about one tile short of what you need. Just a little bit short. So, yeah, doesn't quite feel right. Nope. You kind of need to do a curve like that. Like that. And the timing is quite precise, which is why I really do have my doubts, but I think it does work. I have tried out this technique before, pretty much for the explicit purpose of seeing if it would work in this puzzle. And it can be done. It's just kind of tricky. And if there is some other way to make this happen, then I'm certainly open to the idea. Okay. Okay. Almost. Almost. Kind of a tricky timing here. Now we're a little bit too late, but too late is probably better than too early, given the nature of this interaction. Nope. While we are doing this, perhaps we can think about what the actual solution must be. Because it does seem a little bit strange, particularly when we do have some other interactive parts like vine access up to the spring that allows us to get the spring over in the on state, which is something that we had tried for quite a while on a previous series of attempts. And yeah, it could be something to do with keeping the bomb alive, perhaps, but okay. That's not going to be it either. 10 seconds left. That's going to be a blown attempt. Let's just start over. Yeah, it doesn't seem right. But it is the thing we'll try. And actually, the sound is down already. That's why we kind of do a bit of a test run at the beginning of the stream, just to see how things are going. One moment. Very persistent issue on this stream that unfortunately we don't have a systematic resolution for, but we'll get back in order. And we'll continue to puzzle. Actually, it might be for the best given that the issues we have with copyright detection when it comes to this Super Mario World castle music in particular. Might not be such a bad thing that we occasionally have a bit of muting of the game sound, even if it is completely unintentional. Okay, let's reverse back through here. Let's pop this. And then let's wrap around over to the spring once again, just to get back to the setup that we were working with. No issues so far. And hey, Candle Dragon, I'm not running the official Qbot, but if you want to drop in a code anyway, I can look at something at the end of this level. The reason I'm not running the actual bot is because sometimes we just don't know how long puzzles will take, and, you know, we'll sometimes adjust our programming accordingly. But, yeah, you're quite welcome to drop that in, and it's just a matter of, you know, being in the right place at the right time, so. Okay, so we have the hat. And thank you for dropping by, Candle Dragon. Let's see, where was I now? Ah, yes, I need to now grab the POW. And the reason we'll grab the POW is to get everything back into the on state. So we'll just go back here. So yeah, this is a puzzle I had been grinding away at previously, and we had figured out almost all of it, except there was one part of the solution I was attempting that did not really feel like a puzzle interaction. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Okay, drop down to this guy. Drop this. Up we go. Now, here's the part that gets a little bit interesting. Oh, I forgot to break open the block to claim a new shell. Okay, we need to reset some of this. Just a very unfortunate problem on my end. Of course, when we carry the POW, we are able to release the obstruction through that door, but that's not necessarily going to help us here when I have to reset my way back up to the spring using the off state. So yeah, just forgot one little step there, which was breaking the block open. So we'll just have to redo all this stuff as if we're starting the puzzle over again, except of course now with the benefit of the spiny hat. And we'll get back over. Break this guy open. And that's okay. We will need to get back in here to use the POW as a sort of proxy for the on-off switch regardless. Take the POW. Take it over here. And yeah. And take another POW after that. In order to... Oh, you know what? No. Okay. Kind of got confused for a moment. No, of course, after I take the POW, I have to hit the on-off switch because that was the entire point of taking the POW over in the first place. So, let's do this properly. Okay. Through here. Through the door. Grab the POW. Back to the on state. And then we'll finally be back in position to try the thing I wanted to try, which is going to present itself imminently. So, back over here. Bomb to grab the POW. And then, here's the moment of truth. Okay, so here's the thing I've been trying. It's a bit weird and a bit execution dependent, which makes me doubtful, but I believe it should work, given proper timing. Whoops. Okay, every time we do that, though, we need to get back to the POW. And so last time, we actually just ran down the timer, attempting this method. Whoops, no, too late. And yeah, so it feels possible, which is not to say it feels right. And just have to adjust our expectations accordingly. I think the real solution probably has something to do with a remote POW detonation, where, for example, you have a shell that you take up there, or some other object you take up there, and you manage somehow to remotely activate the POW through some interaction we haven't seen yet. But I'm a little bit unclear on this. And until then, we're just going to have to try the sort of hacky shell jumpy method that we have here, where I try to catch this a block before it's completely on the ground. Nope. I'm quite convinced it can be done this way, though. So, in the absence of seeing whatever seems to be the proper solution, we'll just be trying this again and again for the next little bit until something sticks. And until some other inspiration strikes. Yep. I don't really need to be standing this close. I just need the height, and currently I'm just missing the one tile of height. So... oh, that's the right idea. I'm just standing a little too far to the left. Nope. So yeah, it can absolutely be done at that height. It's just that I was standing too far to the right, rather. Hang on. Let's redo this. 160 seconds before we need to reset our whole way through this. And, yeah. So that's how I kind of overcompensated a bit in terms of where I was standing. But I do like this approach. There we go. Okay, kind of hacky, but we now have 100 seconds to get the POW to get through that stack there. And that's pretty much all we need to do at this point. So this is going to be a solution. I don't know that I particularly like it. But we'll take the win. It's funny because as somebody who's predominantly a puzzle player, you know, we often have a bit of a laugh at people who are serious Kaizo players who just try to item abuse or shell jump the way through everything instead of actually engaging with the puzzle mechanics, and here we are committing pretty much the same sin. So we got through that rather quickly, so that means that it'll be an excellent time to look at Candle Dragon's code. So that's going to be 3, 9, Q, 7, L, 1, YHG. Let's see what this is all about. Uno meows. Cat boxes. Cat Mario hitboxes are weird. Good thing, cats love boxes. Blue pipe equals hint. Okay. Well, if there's some kind of weird hint box interaction that we don't know, by the end of this we might end up seeing the hint, but we'll see how long we can last without it. You hope you put the right one, but you say that this is good. Okay, that's fine. So there will be something new about cat physics that we might learn from this on our way to solving it. So reach the goal after breaking all 3 crates. Probably something to do with 3D World collision priority, just given our experience with 3D World and all the kind of weirdness that can happen. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's just going to be a beat block alternation. We won't look at the hint just yet. We will also try not to drop this in the pipe. Okay, that is going to drop in the pipe. And to reset this, we're going to have to go through here anyway, so yes, it is going to be some kind of hitbox-related thing. Let's not see the hint just yet. I want to play around with this. Yeah, no, I was only going into blue pipe in order to try to work with this guy a bit. And see if we can do some kind of drop. Okay. So we decided to jump into that drop. And, okay, it looks like we do in fact need to send a crate through, which then tells me that this is going to be some kind of interaction that requires me to send the box through, unless I'm supposed to just, like, dive out of that or something onto one of the walls. But it seems like the idea here is that you're supposed to land on a crate. Hey, Seppo, welcome back. Well, you know, sometimes you learn new mechanics. So it looks like the idea here is that I need to drop this in such a way that the cat is detected as being on a surface that allows me to get through the pipe. So for example, if I'm using the cat dash, cat dash usually just registers this as a wall. However, oh, you know what? The bell actually gets pushed. Look, the bell has a box collision. So, supposing we push this, and I've never actually done this kind of box interaction, at least in recent memory. I wonder if that then detects as a surface that we can get through. No. Okay, maybe not. But we'll need something to land on for the other side. Nintendo deletes for this specific glitch, so it's almost certainly something I don't know. But notice how the box actually does sit comfortably on top of the bell. So we'll see, because it seems like there's going to be something that requires me to land on a box on the other side, but I just don't know what it is, so we would need to get in and also get the box through at the same time. The other thing we could try is whether we can set the cat bell over using the box. It seems like the bullets might be doing something here. Okay, let's grab a cat suit once again. And one thing we could try... we do know that the box is not going to send the cat bell through all the way. But I wonder if the cat is now able to dash like that. No, it's not. Okay. I don't think this is an interaction I know, so it's likely that it will use the blue pipe at the end of all things, but another thing, we haven't tried is just slapping the box to see if it contains anything useful. Nope. Okay, let's reset it. Yeah, that's interesting, Seppo, that you seem to have a strong suspicion about what kind of mechanic this actually is, and that you think it's a deletable glitch, but... no, we destroyed the box, so it doesn't reset. Okay. In that case, I may actually have to look at the hint pipe, unless it is something that can actually be figured out by itself, because... SCR, that's either scroll or scratch, and I think it's probably going to be scratch. Let's just try to reset first. Yeah, interesting. And the description said something about cat hitboxes being weird. Such that... Yeah, we will probably need to take a look at this. I don't think this is an interaction that I've seen. So, scratch. And... Oh, I see. So the further you go, the further you get into additional hints that show off the concept that you have. So, we're trying something about scratching. And the... clear condition does require that you ultimately do break the crates. And so that's going to be something important to know. That we do need to smash them, so it's not like I can leave it in this gap. What I can do is possibly take advantage of this to kind of balance the crate on top. And... oh, don't worry, Seppo, I'm not going to report it. Somebody might, but... you know, yeah, it's definitely a risk you take as a maker, given that Nintendo occasionally does delete very aggressively. We also don't know what's coming out of the blaster on the other side. Such that we need a way to break the crate, obviously, but if the blaster is shooting something that will ultimately destroy the crate, then that problem just kind of solves itself. But we do have... oh! Oh, you can actually slide in, okay. You know, Seppo, this mechanic would have been around long enough that I would be very surprised if it were considered a glitch. In some ways. That's surprising, that you can get right up to this, and do the cat dash, and it actually sent me through. Okay. Because I actually did the forward dash into it, and I don't know how I did it, but it seems like maybe it was just a very specific hitbox thing, like pixel precise. And I don't know if I can do it twice. I thought all I did was do the forward dash from this location. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I thought I was doing the forward dash. Because the last attempt I had already sent the box through, and then somehow I managed this. And I don't know if maybe it had something to do with the positioning of the cat bell. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I mean, you know, that's why part of why we get things on video, is that if something does have a glitchy interaction, at least we've recorded it for posterity. But yeah, I don't really know how to replicate what I did earlier, though. The pipe is telling me to scratch. That isn't really clear to me. And yeah, maybe we should just play with this guy again. And see if maybe that has something to do with it. Send the box through. And then once the box was through, what do we do differently? We scroll the camera. That doesn't seem to affect anything. Long jump through isn't going to be it. I mean, the only way that it would let you through is if it detected that you're standing on some kind of surface on this block, right? Unless it detects you as somebody big, because I know that these gaps, they are traversable in the other styles. For instance, if you are a 2x2, kind of like how wearing the big Goomba shoe, for instance, is a 2x2, that would allow you to go over a one-tile gap. So I guess the trick here is that there's some particular state where the cat is successfully detected as being like on a 2x2, And Mario's hitbox extends with cat suit in certain animations. Okay. So it's asking me to scratch. And so I scratch and then enter. I see. Okay. Okay. Scratch and save. Scratch and win. And then we have to leave immediately because then, as predicted, the level will destroy the crate by itself. Okay. Yeah, okay, this I can see why Nintendo might consider a glitch. But we'll see, yeah. So we scratch and then enter. That's how we do it. So yeah, Sebo, I did not know that mechanically, so that's very useful to have available. Okay. This is a bit of a cat check on this corridor, of course. And a bit of hitbox weirdness over here. Interesting. Oh yeah, we have to hit the spike then, okay. And then probably wall jump up once again to hit the spike some more. Oh, except we are already on an off state. And that's not reactivating, so... Yeah, that's okay, that's okay. We crawl over here. And now... not enough room to do any kind of ground pounding, but we can do long jump, probably. Or just a roll, like that. Okay. Removing the crate, while the blue pipe is going to be hidden pipe once again, removing crates will release something from the blaster, and I don't know what, but it is going to be fast, and so we probably shouldn't hang around too much. Oh, just going to be cat, okay. Should have predicted that from the fence over here. I wonder if we can just push the box up above us using the cat climb. Where you have the cat collide with your head, for instance. And maybe... Whoops. Yeah, swatting the box is probably not the thing I wanted to do. We'll probably need it to land at the end of this pipe, so let's die in lava, I'm sure. Yeah. So we need someone to escort the box up. At that point, it's not really clear until after you die. Like, that's the issue I have with this puzzle, is that, you know, you don't know that the pipes are lethal until you've seen it the first time. But I don't know, as a concept demo, how else you'd want to set it up, other than having the landing points be very clearly on the screen. So... But it looks like it will be something that... Whoops. Looks like it will be something that takes advantage of bumping the box upwards while we're in the climbing state, and we just need to find the appropriate location to set that up. Alright. So let's swat. 3D World Precision, who would have thunk it? Okay. Yeah, you need to push forward in a particular frame that makes contact. And I keep missing. I guess that's the issue with things that are kind of mildly glitchy interactions like this, is that because, of course, they weren't sort of part of the intended design, the kind of feedback to the player is a little bit difficult to read in terms of having a good sense of what your safety zone is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know if I'm standing close enough when making contact like that. Possibly I'm standing too close. Simpler than that, actually, okay. Yeah, so maybe it's not timing dependent? Because it seemed like previously I did a scratch and I held right. And that was the way. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what I was doing wrong in some of the attempts earlier for that to not go. But... okay. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take the cat suit. And then I will probably need to sneak under this somehow. So for example, if I lay this down here... and try to bump it somehow. Or maybe even elevate it on top of the cat bell. If it's possible to do that, except I don't have a good blocking piece to do that with. Oh, whoops. And yeah, it looks like the hit there refers to just carrying things. But... I don't know if there's a good way. I mean, if I throw it towards the dip here, then perhaps I have a better position to work with. The other thing I could do is make sure this bumps on top. And then... nope, that overlaps, okay. Now, the hint here is just going to tell me about the objects. Bumping, of course, the idea would be that if I triggered a P-switch, then it's going to lock me out of the pipe temporarily and show me something else to do with all of that. I don't want that hit just yet. Am I doing the pipe entry input? I am doing the pipe entry input. As in, am I holding right going into that pipe? Yes, I am. Like when I swat, I then tap right at a certain window, if we're talking about the pipe earlier. And that is pretty much precisely what I'm doing. Now, we have lost a crate at this point, so we will need to reset anyway. Let's grab this and try this again. Okay, toss this in. And then... oh, you have to hold right going into the SWAT animation. So you have to hold it continuously. Yeah, the issue earlier was that I was swiping and then pushing right. And it was actually that it just happened to overlap. That allowed me to push through, so... nope, bad idea. And hey, Grakowski, welcome. Yeah, Grakowski, we just showed off the solution to the bird dog detonation puzzle. Well, I say the solution, but it's more of a hacky quasi-solution. But I did manage to get it just before this level that you see before you just now. I hope the stream went well. I didn't stay for the whole thing earlier today because I did have some things to attend to off stream, but I'm sure that my loop-controlled doppelganger was able to perform my various duties in my absence. And, whoops, yeah. Just gotta remember to jump out of that. So, yeah, we've been playing around with this edge case interaction that is, I'm told by Seppo, apparently kind of reportable as a glitch. We're not going to report or delete it, obviously. We're just going to play with it. But it seems that if you hold right with the cat and then swipe towards the pipe, it will detect you as a two-wide element in the same way that it detects in other styles the big shoe as a two-wide element that is able to enter a pipe over a one-tile gap. Kind of like that. So. Seems like a sort of extreme edge case. Probably never going to seriously use that in a real level, but maybe for a super secret bonus room. And yeah, not something I'd feel safe using as a maker, but I'm glad we're seeing it just to get a sense of it. Okay, that's the right idea, actually. Look at that. Except it keeps bumping to my right. And we need to just kind of control it on the wall here. Ah, there we go, there we go. Should have thought about using the wall earlier, actually. And then... here we are. Here we are. Now we go down, and then I need to jump off that immediately so we don't run into the same problem. I love how that blaster is just kind of there to scare me. Okay. Oh, I see. So this... yeah, the lava level actually kind of goes up and down then. Which is sort of interesting in that... I guess if it were in a down position when you get down here, there's some chance that the 1-up would be deflected over to this side, perhaps? I mean, I'm not going down here. Unless I have a very specific reason to. Of course, if the pipe is actually blocked by some object on this end, -1 tile, then this would be safe, but I'm not taking my chances, I don't think. However, I do need to do something in order to get up to that position. And I don't know if it's something where I've blown my chance already because of the destruction of the crate just now, so... we know that this is going to spawn 1-ups. I don't know if the bottom is blocked, and maybe I do in fact have to try it when all is said and done. Yeah, didn't think so. But if you... I mean, the crate's going to drop in the bottom position anyway, though. And I didn't quite see what destroyed the crate, but it was something that was triggered by the changing of the lava level. Whoops. And we don't know if maybe the collision from the 1-up mushroom would wind up being something that matters. Okay, let's actually remember to jump off of this thing. Then we'll go up. And then, yeah, we'll use the wall once again over here. And then kind of push on a half tile up here, otherwise it kind of slides off of us on the other side, so... glad we can have a consistent input on that. That feels quite good to execute accurately, in fact. So, of course, we can't quite see... oh, whoops, what the timing is going to be like down there. And it does seem like when the lava level lowers that something does trigger in terms of breaking the crate. So I'm not quite confident in staying on it or anything, but... we'll just get back there and we'll see what we can do. Whoops. I have to really not wall jump off of the top there like I've been doing. Keep thinking I can just wall jump with the cat up to the spike and then gracefully drop back down, and sometimes the inputs just don't quite come together, and then that's what happens. So, bump this guy, roll, get over here. Question blocks are nothing, it's just coins, 1-ups, etc. We have tried that before. Still don't know how the timed beat blocks are going to be relevant, but that's something we'll discover soon enough, I'm sure. I actually really like this interaction here once you figure out how to nail it consistently. And yeah, just looking at that... oh, I see. So that was, yeah, a range-based on-off switch specifically, so you would control your position like this. Not that you need a big Mario to get through the crouch segment. There's no particular reason why, if you were able to take an additional point of damage, which you're not, there's no particular reason why the big and small Mario difference actually matters. So, the crate previously blew up. as soon as we left. But I think we swat the one-up mushroom. That might be something. Except the one-up mushroom seems to be still alive. If it were not alive, then you would have more spawn right now. And it seems like it's actually still there. Oh, whoops. Yeah, Grakowski, you have a good night. I'm sure you'll receive some notifications if we do anything of yours today, so... But we'll see. It'll depend on how the stream goes. But, you know, if I ever need to fill in the stream with more puzzles, I know exactly where to look. Yeah, you have a good night. Oops. I keep bumping my head there. I actually have to dash out of that location. Alright. Toss this in. Punch through here. Actually give myself enough headroom to get through here, which is not something we'll take for granted. Get up through here. Yeah, that was the right idea, but should have taken note of the fact that at that point I did not have the catsuit yet. Now we do need to destroy the crate eventually, and there was something that was going on here that allowed that to happen, and I don't quite know what. I was hoping to like swat the mushroom or something. Let's... Interestingly enough, the mushrooms... Ah, I see. They spawn up to 3. Because that's what blasters do with one-up mushrooms. They are limited to 3. Now, then the question is, once all 3 are out, is there anything for me to do here? So it's not that they were necessarily... dying. Oh, I see what's happening here, is that there is a bomb that is spawned in this location off-camera when you come in. So when you initially spawn in that location to the left, you're not within 4 tiles of the bomb yet. Once you scroll the camera, a bomb spawns in this location, goes into the pipe, and because of its interaction with fire, it detonates immediately and destroys the crate. So there's something kind of camera dependent going on there. Why don't I just dash and jump? Yeah. Oh no. 3D world logic doesn't work here. Whoa. Nope. Spin like that? Yeah. Okay. No, that was the obvious thing to do all along, actually. I don't know why I didn't think about that earlier. Okay. Interestingly enough, if you get in between the thwomps... Oh, interesting. That despite the gap there, you do get squished. Probably because I was in the middle of that SWAT animation that detected me as a bit wider. Because when I was looking at the artwork earlier, it seemed like it was going to be safe to stand there. Okay. But that in itself might be a clue to the proceedings. So, let's just get up here. Take this guy. Toss. And push. Very satisfying. I was going to go down for a 30 coin, but I did pop up here a little bit too early first, so let's forget about that. And yeah, watch the right side of the screen. When we scroll the camera, you will see a bomb spawn into the pipe. Big bomb, in fact. Might as well grab the coin. And yeah, should have just thought about, you know, standard 3D world practice here. Now, what if I just let the thwomp push me normally? No. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That's because the cat is detected as sort of a wide box that I don't fit in there. However, if I'm doing something like a spin, then I wonder if I can fit in that gap. Because going into that segment, it trains you to sort of do the spin anyway, right? So if I do the spin, it might push me appropriately, but then I don't know what will happen once I get into the thwomps in that location. Assuming that it lets me do that at all. But That's one way that it seems like I may in fact remain safe inside those hitboxes. I mean, it's one of the things I can think of to try. Okay, let's drop safely so I don't wall jump all over the place. Roll in. Yeah, there's a lot here that's using sort of edge cases in the 3D World moveset, for sure. Okay, let's actually remember to be a cat. That's a rather essential part of the process. Nope. There we go. Okay. Toss this in. Head over to the fake out. And let's try what I had described. We're going to get inside here. And look at that, it works. And then when you get into that position, the camera is going to trigger a, well, part of the solution that just gets you through that wall. It's actually kind of like a troll interaction. And thank you for the follow, by the way, Candle Dragon. Yeah, for me, like, when people send me things that are kind of puzzly, it is important for me to walk through what I'm thinking, because just for playtesting purposes, you know, I find that makers do at least want to know what's getting my attention in terms of the clues that they're presenting. I didn't destroy that crate, you'll notice. Maybe I should have destroyed that crate. Is it all 2 out of 3 crates? Or not all 2 out of 3 crates? All 3 crates. So... okay. So we nearly got trolled at the end here, so... So yeah, it seems like... It's very much like a bit of a troll demo, actually, in terms of techniques that can be applied in the 3D World style, so... Obviously, I'm not going to report it. Good luck with that, in terms of not running into trouble with that particular interaction. I kind of want to see what you put into the hints now. Actually, since we have time, let's look at this once again, just to see what you were doing as far as the hinting goes. Because I hadn't really taken a look at what you tell the player in hints 2 and 3, and I wonder if it's something that seems particularly comprehensible. Okay. So let's just walk through this once more. And then we'll get this. Yeah, let's just take a look at the hint. You found all these things while designing a troll. It seems that way. Okay, so is this going to do anything on the bottom pipe to tell you anything? Seems not. Okay. So, let's just get up there once more. Do this whole interaction. And I just want to see the hint rooms. So, and also the ending, whatever trollishness was going on in the ending, we might as well take a look and see what that was all about. Spin. Okay, I see. So it actually demonstrates how to do it. Assuming, of course... Oh, no. Oh, I didn't know the dash panel would just pop you in the pipe that way. That's also something to be aware of. I probably did know that, and I just didn't remember it, but... I don't think you can wall jump out of that. Yes, you can. Okay, here's a door. And the door takes you over to the top of the hints. Okay. Did I actually see everything there was to see here with the pipe at the end of the scratch section? Oh, I see. That it allows you to test this interaction to make sure you understand it, which we did not do previously. And then, of course, you can only obtain one of these 1-ups. But then, in order to survive and use that 1-up to your advantage, you do have to demonstrate mastery of the concept. Okay, so last thing we'll check then is what's going on in that fake out room. At the very end, if you do not pound the last crate and whoops. If you do not pound the last crate and hit the hidden goal pole. And okay. Here we go. And forward. Oh, same idea as before. Very considerate of you to dispense just enough one-ups for endless. In case some poor soul should run into it here. Let's grab the 30 coin for once. Oops. Nope. Hang on. Let's go back. Hang on. Don't know why I'm flubbing it this time. There we are. Okay. And of course, once you understand what the solutions are, and understand what the specific input sequence is, which took me a little while with the pipe entry, then it's not too hard to actually do things the same way twice. So, interesting that it's telling me to do a Z input here. I did, but it didn't seem to do much. Oh, I see. It's actually just up Z, so it's telling you to spin implicitly in the wall, and I actually didn't realize that until now. And this is tricking you out into trying to get through, and we're of course going to do that, just so we can see what's going on with the POWs. They probably just kill you, but I wonder if there's some kind of joke. Thanks. Okay. Alright, not nearly as vicious to the player as I might have expected, actually. Totally just pound that, and that'll be it. Okay, thank you for that, Candle Dragon, or I guess Cantaloupe. Okay, going to actually get back to Bird Dog's list since we wanted to proceed through it. And we'll do at least one more of these. Because so far I've... okay, these were new from this week, but... yeah, this one was fairly simple, comparatively speaking. This one, still don't feel like I actually found the right solution. Let's do this new one from a few days ago. This is version 3. It looks like Chichiri has already tried to gun for a record on it. And it's called When POWs Fly Puzzle. So, the objective here is to reach the goal as Super Mario, and we'll see how this looks. A lot of Bird Dog's puzzles have surprisingly deep interactions with a very small number of elements, and that is what I've kind of seen as the hallmark of this style so far. So we need some access to the mushroom. It looks like there is something that is behind the blaster, rather. And I don't know what is overlapping, but it seems like it's overlapping something. Let's match the doors first just to see we know what's going on with the doors. Oh, interesting that there is an auto-scroll that pushes you forward to this room past the initial entry. That, I think, is just to get rid of the arrow and not have that in the way, but I wonder if there is some kind of camera manipulation that we need to be aware of. Looks like this is going to be like a spring plus POW, where if you have both the spring and a POW on a lower level, then spring plus POW gets you through that door, which matches you to that. So then, the idea is to... well, let's hit the POW first just to see if anything happens. No. I see. No, the POW is on wings. So if we jump onto POW that's on wings, then we have our way up to the spring. And then... No, come back. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we've got access to a whole bunch of things now. We can go up to the top level, but we know that we're at the end of the main world in terms of the scrolling because the axe is already on this screen, which is why the lack of a wall on the right side doesn't actually mean that anything will be revealed in that direction, given that it is already scroll stopped by the right side of the available real estate. So the only thing that we're going to be doing from this point is... Well, there's one thing that we can check first, which is if we go to the right side of the blaster, we can see what the blaster spawns. Whoops. Oh, that's okay. We've got this guy. And I just want to see what it spawns. Okay, there's the mushroom. And that's great, because I know where to go to get the mushroom, and once we get the mushroom, we are able to stomp through here. However, if we have the mushroom, that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be able to get through this location. Unless, of course, we have some kind of blocking piece that is going to push us down. The other thing is lower blaster shoots to POW. Wing to POW might come this way. That won't really do anything for us, I don't think. But let's grab the mushroom first and then see if maybe the piece on the right creates any kind of spawn blocking interaction or something else. Interesting that there's a bumper here, because that kind of indicates to me that that opens up the possibility of something like an item transfer to the right. Also interesting is that it is a POW beneath the blaster, and there may be something that we haven't interacted with there yet. Oh, I see, it's just a one-way panel under the blaster. That's evident to me now. I don't know why there is a one-way panel there. It kind of seems superfluous, but maybe there's some kind of purpose to it that I don't understand just yet. Okay, so here we are. We're going to grab the mushroom. And then we kind of have our work cut out for us. Oh, interesting. Because, yeah, no, I see what's going on with the POW now. Is that, yeah, you have that kind of lifting interaction, which is really interesting. It makes me wonder if it's something usable. So, for example, if we break this guy, first of all, let's check if it actually stays broken. Because if it doesn't stay broken, we know that there's something like a vine block in that location. Furthermore, we know... Yeah, because if there is some way to, for example, have a mushroom guided over to this side. And you know what? When the POW is kind of pushed upwards, I think we can actually grab the bottom POW. Yeah, you look at that. When the blaster is pushed up like that, it's possible to grab the bottom POW. The mushroom is still able to spawn, and in fact, you're able to enter the door through that kind of half tile. And re-enter the door, in fact. But then it gives you access to two POWs, which is important, because if you have a POW stacked on top of the winged POW, then you're able to get through that door, which means it's possible to take the spring inside this area here. If you take the spring inside this area here, then you're able to send the mushroom down. But the mushroom would go off the side of the screen. But that's not true, actually. If the mushroom scrolls down to this position, it rides its way through the bumper and then lands in the middle section here. So if the mushroom is able to kind of go left and then right, then it's going to end up in this position here. Small Mario then gets into the gap and drops in and grabs the mushroom. However, Big Mario is required in order to break this block in the first place, and that's a little bit of a problem. Because if Big Mario breaks that block in order to permit all these other interactions to happen and to clear a passage, Then the question becomes, how do I take damage to become Small Mario again to get down to the lower level? That currently is unclear to me because I don't see any kind of damage source. And we know that Mario should not be able to get over here while big. And a reason for that is that if Mario gets to this location while big, then there's nothing preventing you from just going to the axe in the first place. So we know Mario has to be small. But then I don't know what's going on with breaking this. Anyway, let's do the interaction I was talking about then. And just kind of run through what we know so far. Because, yeah, question is, how do I take damage right now? That's... If we stand at this location, if we stand in the upper location, in fact, and we grab this, great. And then we're able to drop POW on top of the other POW. This might be tricky. Because if I drop the POW on top of the other POW, I still need to get on them. But that's okay, we don't need to be particularly tricky about this. We can just take everything down first. And then, like, sort of do a gentle drop on top of that guy. Just find a good location to be doing that. So that's the idea here. Because then, if we place the spring in a given location, the mushroom should be able to spawn, hit the spring, and then come out. Up top. And then the question is, yeah, how do we take damage such that we are small in order to get through the right side block? Because the yellow block does not contain a vine, you know that because it's not respawning. Whoops, no, let's jump up. So currently that's the conundrum we're working with. We need to find some way to be able to break through this as Small Mario. But we need Big Mario to break this block. Then we need some way to become small once again. And I don't see a damage source that will permit that. Because it's not like there's anywhere we can take a hit. I just don't see what's going to kill us here. We can, however, try to get the mushroom loaded down there first. So let's just, once again, walk through everything we know so far. And yeah, drop this POW. Terrible positioning here, but I think that might, in fact, work. Shoot the POW, shoot another POW, and we'll grab the lower POW. Still really don't know what's going to happen over there, unless maybe there's something like a additional, I don't know, spike or something under the one-way panel we can hit. You see that kind of glowing corner? I don't know if this is purely just a one-way panel or if it might also double as a damage source down below. Like if there's a hidden spike or something. But I don't think that would overlay properly with the blaster, right? Like if I understand it, that would kind of be a hard collision. No, this is just a one-way panel, very clearly. Okay, so now we've got two POWs. Oh, we've got to grab the spring from upstairs, so let's do that first. Okay. Yeah, still definitely a problem here that remains unsolved. No, we don't want to do that. We want POW on top of POW. Some POW on POW action. Okay. Bit awkward, but it works. Nope. No, it doesn't. Hang on. Okay. Maybe I should just use the spring to load the POWs instead of trying to do soft drop like that. Oh, now I don't know which POW I picked up. Okay, good guess. Let's wait for that once again. Okay. Nope. Oh, I see, because the other thing that the scroll lock is doing here is it allows us to save this POW from being dispensed. It's actually kind of clever. Nope. Yeah, because that's what allows us to slide the POW like this. Just to prevent any inconvenience there. Interestingly enough, there's a crush death when you have the POW going to the side like that. That is not going to take... That's just a crush death, though, so it's not going to be a damage source, I don't think. Because if it is a damage source, that would be kind of interesting. Like, going through here. But I think even as Big Mario, if you get smushed like that, you just get smushed. I think you just die. Of course, we can test that. We don't need to guess at this sort of thing. We can actually see if our theory is correct. Let's drop this. Drop this. And what do we got here? Fire? Nope, get down very quickly to grab the second POW. Actually, no, let's test the crush thing first. Because it's kind of important. Because until then, we don't have a way to sort out that step. So, it should just be a crush death, though. Like, we'll just jump up here, get smushed. Oh no, you just get pushed, actually. No, I think positionally speaking, we should be able to die to this. Yeah, and it's just going to be death as I expected. But it's important to check these things in case of edge case interactions. Now, the other thing we should check, in fact, is... Okay, no relevant collision or something there. But for example, if you... Nope, that's not what I want to do. If you had a POW just... Whoops. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, like, if you had a POW that you dropped on top of yourself and had along a wall like that where you do a head bump, that might be something to potentially consider on the right side, but, you know, something to constrain your position. But it seems not, so... Let's just go back to what we were doing before. And drop the POW in this location. Grab the second POW. But yeah, there's still that one unanswered question in this level, which is... How do we break the right side block and return to being small? And until we sort that out, so we have a problem. Okay. Drop this guy. Drop this. Come through here. Drop this. Now I don't know if it's going to fire the mushroom in the way that we want in order to bump the spring. I mean, if the position is way off, then, you know, we're in big trouble. And of course, we can still do the POW push interaction if we want a second POW here. like this. But we don't want to lower the blaster, because if we lower the blaster, it's not going to fire anything on top of the spring like we want. So yeah, no, that's going to miss. But if the blaster is nudged upwards, or if the spring is slightly closer, then it doesn't miss. We can't really stand in a location where we'll have a mushroom fired at us, though. So I would have to basically wait for this to be pushed, then come up, then have the spring push the mushroom. And we still basically have a bit of a problem here, in that even once we do that, we need to figure something out. Yeah, even once we have the mushroom up here, I don't know that the mushroom actually goes in a direction of travel that we want unless we have some kind of blocking piece. So the idea here is bounce the mushroom up, mushroom comes down, mushroom goes right, mushroom goes into the trap in the bottom right. Once the mushroom gets trapped, though, we have no way to actually access it, unless... unless we have some kind of push interaction that will allow me to enter the bumper, but I don't really see that happening, unless, you know... Yeah, there's not much that's going to get me through the bumper except for... well, actually, I'm not completely certain about that. Breaker Tech, we're not running the queue today. We're just running puzzles one at a time. If you do have a code suggestion, I am willing to take suggestions. It's just that we're not doing the usual kind of queue-bot process, since I'm mainly running off my own list. But we did look at one viewer level earlier today, and I'm open to some more so long as they fit the general puzzle theme. So, anyway, where was I? Yeah, okay, so far we are pretty much back to start with this puzzle now. Well, we can try to figure out at least a step of escorting the mushroom just to see what kind of behavior it has when it is moving around. Because if we can figure that out with any kind of consistency, then we're in good shape. So let's say we drop this. Also haven't made much use of these door resets down below, in fact. And that's something that might be important. If we need to somehow get things back into their original position. I don't know why the door reset is even forced yet, actually, in terms of what it's trying to prevent. I guess it's in case you have vital items like the spring or whatever ending up on the right side. So let's avoid grabbing the mushroom for now, because that's just going to be trouble until we know what we can do as a damage source or some other kind of state change. Okay. Down here. Let's just wait for the POW to come back down. And there we go. Okay, so we have a couple of options here. We can place this like that. Oh, actually, that'll work just fine. Except it got raised at exactly the wrong moment. Never mind. Guess we are resetting through this. So yeah, effectively starting over. But yeah, if we can get into the correct position with the correct timing. The other thing too is that if we spawn the POW, the flying POW going to the right, then we avoid that interaction where it bumps the blaster up. So if we get out here after placing a spring, run to the right immediately between POW spawning cycles. So for example, when the POW is already active coming to the left, then we can position the next POW rightward. And positioning the next power rightward will be fine, because then at that point we have the mushroom traveling however it wants to travel. In fact, it might be necessary to grab the POW when it's coming into this location here, because we need some kind of blocking piece to deflect the mushroom to the left. And currently we don't have that, because it seems to me that if the blaster is firing the mushroom onto the spring in second position, like second column here, that the mushroom isn't going to travel left, is it? It's probably going to travel right. So until we have some kind of blocking piece in place, that's a problem. We can acquire a blocking piece by coming over here and grabbing a POW spawn, but if we do that, I think we have a whole bunch of other problems. Because the question is, can I ever afford to grab one mushroom and lose it when I don't see a way to lose any mushrooms at all? And is there some way around this that does not involve the sequence? Grab a mushroom, pop this, lose a mushroom. Like, if we don't know how to lose a mushroom coming out of that, then what do we do with this block? Because we don't see a way to hit it from below. We don't see a way to hit it from the side. And so we don't really have anything to work with here. No P-switch of any sort either, because that would add a pretty significant complication, I would think. So we've got to think about that. Anyway, we're pretty much back to start with this puzzle. We can reset the clock, but we'll just try to walk through it once more. It doesn't take long to get to the point that we reached. It's just that... Oops. Okay, now we're in trouble. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't take long to get to the point that we reach. It's more that we just want to buy as much time as possible to actually solve the thing. Okay. Grab a POW. Nope. This is clearly going to be part of the solution, though. I see what the purpose of the one-way panel is now, by the way. That the one-way panel does prevent you from dying a crush death to the blaster if you are going for a POW grab like this. There we go. Let's reset all this. No, let's just wait for the next one. And hey, what night do I play viewer levels? Lord Luke, we've been doing it fairly regularly lately from Friday night to Saturday morning and Saturday night to Friday morning. We've been doing that every week for the past few weeks. So that seems to be our new regular time for viewer levels. And yeah, we had some inconsistency in the schedule while we were figuring things out, but that has been the way lately. Ah, okay. So yeah, we do need some kind of blocking tile here. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I'll be able to grab that. Interestingly enough, though, I think it should be possible to grab the POW and the spring. Curious. So yeah, Lord Luke, I hope you are doing well. Looking forward to seeing that more soon. If you have puzzles, by the way, I am willing to take puzzles today. I'm just not running the Qbots formally, because I don't know how long I will take on any one of these, so it doesn't make sense to, you know, treat it like viewer levels in any kind of standard procedure. One thing that can happen is that you can have some kind of deflection such that somehow you would want the mushroom to kind of bounce. Like, for example, if you have the spring in second position here, And then you spawn the mushroom when this is being lifted. Then would it hit the wall and bounce back? That's the question. And yeah, because there are basically two ways to guide the mushroom to the left. Method number one is you have some kind of blocking piece. So for example, if we're able to obtain a POW. And you just finished a semi-technical, okay. Looking forward to it. When the day comes. And yeah, Lord Luke, we do have a somewhat quiet Discord channel where I sometimes post the scheduling updates in advance as well in case there are any changes or disruptions. But yeah, as I said, lately it has been Friday, Saturday viewer levels on a fairly consistent basis. Okay, so either we have some kind of blocking piece, like a POW, or we... I mean, we can technically grab the POW under the blaster a second time, but the problem is that then the mushroom won't deflect, because it's going to fire at too low a position. Unless we can do some kind of item swap, actually, where the POW comes up and we just kind of drop the spring in that location. Oh, that's an idea, actually. If we can figure out how to do the item swap. But we probably don't want the spring to... I mean, first of all, we have a one-way panel there, so it's going to prevent the spring from kind of being tucked under the blaster. And secondly, we don't want the spring to be tucked under the blaster because that will put it in a kind of blocking position up top. There are probably a couple of things we haven't thought about yet that we can also do in terms of item throwing logic. But yeah, let's just do this and see how it goes. Also, it just occurred to me that this course as well is in Super Mario World Castle, and so we've been on it for long enough that I'm probably going to run into the stupid music muting thing again that we've been complaining about for some time. That's okay. We don't want the mushroom yet, unless we see how to obstruct my own position there, which might be possible, actually. So for example, let's say we... Whoops. Let me check something first of all, which is how high can I go with this? Okay. Because maybe if I manage some kind of item drop on the right side that, you know, creates a ceiling. In the way that... Whoops. So for example... Nope, okay, that actually just counts as a hit. Okay, let's just do this again. And... yeah, once more, we'll just walk through everything we know how to play with so far. It's very true that I have not used the reset doors to my advantage. I'm also already big, which is a problem. And we know that it's not some kind of conditional power up here, because we did see it continue to spawn mushrooms. So I'm probably dead already for this round, unless... yeah. Like, I really feel like everything in this level is telling me that I have to escort a mushroom to the lower right and sneak in as Small Mario. But I'm wondering how both those things can be true. Like, how can you have destroyed this block, but also have a way of becoming small again. And so that I just don't see. Because if it's not going to come from a damage source, then one of two things must be true. Either we find some way to break this without the mushroom, or we find some way to take damage. Like, there's no in-between. It must be one of those two things, as far as I understand it. So which one of those is it going to be? Yeah, as before, I mean, it sort of concerns me that with the earlier bird dog puzzle we had seen earlier in the day as well, that our solution might not have been a real solution, but kind of a hack solution. And it sort of makes me wonder if there is some kind of knowledge thing that we're just completely missing when it comes to item handling and like item collision logic. Because sometimes that's the case, that we just don't know the trick. And if we don't know the trick, not much more can be done. But yeah, we'll just have to look at this carefully. Let's not collect the mushroom yet, let's collect the POW first. But it needs slightly better timing to do that, of course. Now, I wonder if anything interesting can happen here now that we have the POW, and now that the blaster actually gives us access to that door location as well. That, you know, I feel like this drop location for the door is definitely not accidental. And in fact, yeah, if I come here with a spring later and grab the POW once again, I do see a way that we can have the blaster still fire on top of the spring, and it is just going to be a bit of a matter of timing, where we need it to be nudged up when we spawn the mushroom. So like that. And if the spring is in this location at the time, then the blaster is able to shoot, and we're able to use the POW as a blocking piece, and it will guide the mushroom down to the lower level. And then we can finally work on the unresolved question, which is this guy here. So let's just drop everything and try to set that up. It looks like it's going to be a bit finicky, but we'll do it. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, that's the only thing about these puzzles, is that sometimes they do have a bit of an execution trick to them that just takes many attempts to do. And whenever I see execution stuff like that in a logic puzzle, I do tend to question if I'm taking the correct approach at all. Much in the same way that the detonation puzzle earlier didn't seem to be something that was supposed to work the way we solved it. Okay, through here. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop this on the side first. I'm going to then grab this POW. Okay. Nope. Don't really like how far away the spring is now. I feel like it's going to get me into a ton of trouble with the mushroom. Oh, no. Did not mean to grab the mushroom like that. I was, but that's okay. We can still practice this interaction here to see if it behaves the way I want. Yeah, I just moved the spring too far. But the idea that I wanted was I wanted to kind of stuff myself over here in this location. Drop the POW. Drop the POW. Grab this guy. Not pick up the mushroom. Come over here. And then have the POW lift up and then spawn a mushroom. So like this. Currently the spring seems to be blocking it completely though, which... Yeah, it's not spawning any additional mushrooms because I already have that one in my possession. I think maybe the spring counts as a blocking tile as well, in fact. And I don't know if the flying POW is actually going to lift this by enough to matter. It should. It lifts it the full tile up. It's just that my timing might be dreadful. So it looks like it might be a bit of a timing challenge. I mean, I need to be standing to the left when the POW spawns, but I then need to go pretty much immediately. No. Doesn't quite look right. I think the spring has to be in a different position. Yeah, not really sure about this then. Because I was hoping this would lift by one tile, spawn a mushroom, then we used a POW, block the mushroom, mushroom goes left. And that was the intention here. But then it looks like that would require a specific sort of crossover timing on top of this guy. I don't know if we can execute that. So I guess maybe the spring is too close by one tile, but if it is one tile further, then even when the blaster does fire, I don't think it's going to put it in the correct position. So that's sort of unfortunate. And of course, we still just don't know what to do with this guy here. Okay. Because I was hoping that I would be able to grab that POW somehow. But we know we can't just go through that as Big Mario unless there's some kind of movement trick that is beyond me. So, not quite clear to me so far. Yeah, because if this is still alive, this location here, then what does this POW do in terms of the overlap? That's not clear to me either. But yeah, figuring out the correct spacing to get the mushroom to travel seems to be the obstacle anyway. Like, it seems to be the thing that we must solve in order for anything to happen. Now, the other thing is that if we're carrying this POW and we go through doors, the blaster should spawn initially in the lower location. Maybe that's important. I mean, I don't know why that would be important, but... Hello, Mang. It seems like that might have to be the case. Yeah, okay, so that's one thing that we haven't played with yet, is carrying this POW through multiple resets. So that's something I don't know how to work with. I wonder. Okay, so one thing I definitely hadn't really thought about was the way that this spring would be functioning as a blocking piece beside the blaster when the blaster has been lowered by one tile already. And the other thing would be if there is any other way to acquire a blocking piece once the spring has been taken through to that side. I don't really think that's the case. But let's let the POW do its pushing. And then see. Nope. Okay, let's do this once again. Push. Yeah, the timing is really kind of weird the whole way through, so. Also because there's no easy way to reset out of accidentally grabbing the mushroom, but you can see why. Like, you can't have an easy damage source here or it just trivializes the whole puzzle. Anyway, let's get back into the interaction I had illustrated before. Which is to bring the spring over to the mushroom location. Okay. Everything here seems fine so far. But we need the spring to be easily grabbable without accidentally grabbing the mushroom. And the way to do it is this. We'll let this go. Nope, not. But then you only really get one chance at that mushroom, because if you spawn it in the wrong position and it doesn't hit anything on the way down, if it doesn't hit the spring, for instance, then the whole attempt there is just completely shot. Like, if it's coming out of this location, we want that. I want, like, something like this. Nope. Oh, no. Didn't mean to jump that high. That was a mistake. Yeah, standing on this tile is enough so long as there's actually some room to move. I was hoping that if I were going to stand on top of that POW and drop the spring there, then it's in an appropriate position for the mushroom to be spawning. But anyway, we have to redo a whole bunch of this. Yeah, seems exceedingly execution dependent. But then I also thought that about the last bird dog thing I solved, and you know, we solved it, so I don't know how much room for objecting we actually have there. Now, one fortunate thing is that at least we don't have the mushroom yet. If we grab the mushroom at a point in the level when we don't know what to do with it, that's when we really get into trouble. But yeah. Okay, so now we have this guy. Once we have the second POW, we have the means to transfer the spring into the central mushroom room. Oh wait, let's grab the spring. And yeah, just a bit of waiting while we do that. And let's wait for this guy. Nope. Hang on, everything's sort of in a bad position here. Let me just try to place things a little bit more conveniently to handle. Okay, that's gonna fire. Grab that. Get on top. No. That's gonna be pushed against the wall. Okay, that's fine. Nope. I don't know why I don't just do that to begin with. Just set the POW on top of the spring. For loading purposes. I mean, usually this doesn't give me too many problems, though. As long as we jump somewhat accurately. So yeah, here's the idea, that we lower this guy to that location. Not too close, because we do want to not hit the spring when we go down to grab POW. Hang on. Okay, there we go. And then... yeah, now we drop this guy. And then we take the POW. Nope, too early. Yeah, I nudged to the right a little bit too early because the idea was that I wanted the POW to push this such that the next mushroom would spawn on top of the spring and then get blocked by this piece. Not the case, and I don't know how it could be the case. So... yeah, a couple things we haven't considered, I guess, in terms of the various item resets that are possible. But I don't know what that could be. I think we need to reset this whole thing, given that we're under 100 seconds at this point, and while I don't have the real kind of game-ending condition, which is getting the mushroom and having no idea what to do with it, we do seem to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. Still don't know what to do with the POW drift over to the right, in fact. If we look at a drifting pattern over to the right, I wonder if we can figure out something that it might be usable for. It's not obtainable when we break this block and attempt to crouch in. But I kind of wonder if there's something else we can do to sneak in a kind of activation of this block that would treat it like it's been hit. Maybe. Yeah, this is one I might have to think about separately, I think, and see what kind of step we might be missing. 30 seconds left here. Hitting the POW itself is not really going to do much for me. I wonder what happens if I just leave this here. I don't know positionally if this is... yeah, okay, actually, this is a much smoother way of doing things than what we were trying previously. Yeah, so it turns out that if you just leave this POW here, then you can very gracefully get up to the door location without having to do the rest of that soft drop nonsense. So, that doesn't actually help me at all puzzle-wise. It doesn't give me any additional progress. Might make this the last full attempt for now, because I think we need to look at this and really process it properly. Still not making good strategic use of the central reset doors, which seem kind of important. I mean, there are only going to be 3 different held objects to work with here, and only 2 of them are really going to affect the states that we're working with. Like, holding the flying POW going into doors isn't going to do much for me. At least I don't think so. Holding the current POW will, of course, always consistently lower the blaster into that position. So far, not so good. Oops. Yeah, that's going to consistently get up there, so let's just stand up here. It's going to be a much easier way to get loaded. And yeah, one-way panel is going to prevent any really interesting things from happening with this interaction here. But it seems like I do need the POW as a blocking piece. I can't see a scenario where I can get away without taking the POW a second time, given that the mushrooms are going to consistently go to the right. I mean, here's one thing that can happen, perhaps. That maybe this POW can remain on the lower level as a blocking piece. But I don't see how that's going to do anything for me. I mean, ultimately I do need a deflection that will get mushrooms to travel left when they become available. And one thing I could do is sort of escort the POW such that the mushroom is going to bump against the right side wall and bounce back. I think it's going to bounce back, like that if it hits the spring, it's going to hit the wall. And that way, yeah, let's spawn the mushroom if I can. Standing on this location, perhaps? No, it's going to consistently read itself still as blocked by the POW because it's not going to be a full tile up. Yeah, notice how, yeah, it isn't going to consider itself as having a safe location. Which is kind of a problem. Yeah, hoping that it would shoot the POW, shoot the mushroom rather, on top of the POW, ride out this spring, bounce on the right wall, bounce back. I don't know if the physics actually work this way, and regardless, we still haven't solved this thing here. So. Might have to go back to this one, I think. Give it some proper thought in case there's some kind of interaction that I just don't understand. Or just don't know about when it comes to, say, item handling, item swapping. Don't know what else there is we can try, but fundamentally, like, there's just that logical block in this level that we haven't figured out yet, which is either we don't break this, or we do break this and then have to take damage. And neither solution seems very appealing right now. The only other thing I can think of being some kind of interaction that would push you through the bumper. And even so, I don't think that's going to be the case. Because, yeah, fundamentally, we don't really have a way to do that. Let's just hit a reset. Oh, just going to check something diligently. Just going to check the matching of the doors. Okay. Just going to check the left side screen as well. The spawning position is just the arrow. Okay, so that's not useful. And of course, that's entirely there just to make sure this wall blocks off acquisition of the second POW. Yeah. Well then. That's just going to disappear completely off screen. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Top is going to be mushroom, bottom is going to be POWs. POW, if it gets destroyed, it's going to spawn that second POW, but I don't see it really having the possibility to interact with anything on the right side here when it shoots like that. Maybe it's part of the solution, but yeah. When POWs fly, a puzzle. Might have to hold this one, I think. Until I can take a good look at it and see what we're missing and determine whether it's from the puzzle side or from the execution side, like whether it's something logical that we don't understand, or just something to the mechanics. But hey, you know, we play hard puzzles for a reason. It's no shame to get stumped once in a while. We'll have to go back to it. Okay, so unfortunately defeated by one so far today. I would ordinarily be curious about the comments, except I don't want to spoil anything for myself. And yeah, we have seen pretty much all the information that's available here so far. So, something to this that I don't get. And yeah, a lot of the usual suspects haven't cleared it already, which makes it strange perhaps that I haven't been able to do so yet. Also interesting, clear check time 114. Well, basically 115. Cherry managing to speed through it in 50, so... I mean, 50 seconds is still a fair bit in terms of executing the solution. Seems like there is going to be a fair bit of back and forth. And maybe... it is something to do with the execution thing that we have not really been able to do successfully yet, which is getting the mushroom up to the top level, but traveling to the left. We did manage to get it to travel to the right, but that doesn't seem to deal with the problem in a way that we would like. Other thing that we hadn't considered is whether the mushroom is something that could be lifted from the right side. Let's actually just take a look at something else then. Didn't mean to actually exit out of that. We could see if we can take a look at anything older by Bird Dogs, so we can at least have a winning record. Today we're kind of 1-1 against him right now. Out of existence puzzle. This is very new. Object permanent puzzle. Yeah, let's see if we do any better with an older one, and maybe the kind of logical structure of it will reveal something about the newer level in a way that we just don't understand just yet. Sure, let's take the risk. See if we are going to be defeated by yet another one here. Reach the goal after grabbing all one coin. Okay, coin is over there to the right. Looks like it's going to be Yoshi related. Twister here is kind of interesting. Snowball up to the top left is kind of interesting. Except we don't have a way to reach it just yet. I think the idea is that we would need something like a POW on top of this location to act as a platform. So for example, if we take this, which might also allow me to see what spawns from the pipe. Yeah, Yoshi can get pushed out completely. Then the question is, what is in the pipe? If it was just a POW, we would know if we just expended the POW, but we can try that in a moment. This gives you snowball access. Snowball access gives you on-off access. On-off access moves to Twister. Moving to Twister... I don't know if the Twister actually goes all the way off screen then. But that's something that we should maybe keep in consideration. And yeah, kind of interesting that we know because of the goal position that this is going to be pretty much the extent of the puzzle. But the door is something that gives you access to the other snowball. And that's kind of important because we want to think about object permanence, right? Like we want to think about the spawning rules. Let's do the slightly more clever thing and take POW through. Okay, that does return Yoshi to me. Also allows me to grab this guy here. Okay, so we're currently holding top right, Snowball. And yeah, I would assume that it's actually Yoshi tongue through the wall that's going to give me the coin, but I may be wrong about that. Kind of interesting to just have this bumper here as well. It may be some kind of Twister-related interaction that we need to be looking for. Also, the important thing, too, is that the snowballs do work as blocking pieces for the Twister, I think. So one of them, for instance, can be used to activate the on-off switch. The other one can be used as a blocking piece to constrain its position, until such time as we want to reblock it. Not sure yet how we're going to manipulate Yoshi's position in terms of getting in a rideable state. I want to push him from under. Might be some kind of item handling thing that, yeah, it's just going to bounce right off him. Okay. Let's restore access to both snowballs first. And then see what we can do. Okay, we have both snowballs. Now we'll find out what the constraints on Twister are going to be. Twister is not blocked by Snowball. Twister picks up the Snowball. And then Twister goes off screen entirely and carries Yoshi. This is actually kind of important to know, because it means that if we want to obtain Yoshi, we need probably some kind of Twister lift from the right to left. So for example, if we drop the POW, now it's going to be completely off screen. And we know it's completely off screen because the POW has decided to return to us by way of the pipe restoring it. So the question here is, then what do the snowballs do for me? It doesn't seem like I have any kind of access to, you know, pinning an object down on the right side here. Nor do I have a really good way to move Yoshi, as far as I know. And hey, Zero Planes and Bamuga, hello. Welcome. Let's give a quick shout out to Zero Planes for bringing everybody along right when I am stumped with something yet again. We actually just had to bail on one, and it did not really go that well. So yeah. Thank you for the raid, Zero Planes, and hope you are doing well over on your side, and that the uncleared clears are coming along at a pretty decent clip. Yeah, we solved one earlier today with a solution that didn't really feel like a real solution. And then we just had to bail on one a few minutes ago. Because there was something to it I didn't understand yet. I mean, the one that we solved earlier today, one of them was one that we actually had continued from last week, and so, you know, sometimes if you just put these away for a while and go back to them, they do come together, but no skip expert tonight. Some quality lever things. Yeah, I'm glad you play no skip expert so I don't have to. And I can kind of derive my entertainment value from seeing somebody else push through it vicariously and, you know, kind of cheer you on, because I am probably going to get my Mario Maker out of the way in some other means. But Hope you got some diamonds in a rough from time to time, somewhere in the mix, and regardless, it's good practice, I guess, for the races that you maybe are taking in. Speaking of which, I hope you're doing well in the race league. I haven't been keeping up with whether that's been continuing week to week, but I know that had been something you had been working on. Okay, let's actually pay attention here. Taking the POW through the door with me allows me to get back out with the mushroom, and ditching the POW is never a problem because we know the POW comes down the right side pipe. And yeah, oh, I don't think I said already, Thick Ramen 69, thank you for the follow. Okay. So yeah, we are allowed to take both snowballs down with us. We know that snowballs are just kind of picked up by the Twister on its way over. And we know that the POW allows us access to snowball on the left. So let's just get all the pieces in order so I just have everything that I'm able to use. And once I have everything I'm able to use, then we can think about how to use all of the various objects that may be important to me here. So the organizer had some health issues and had to postpone. Okay, that's unfortunate. But hope the organizer kind of gets that worked out soon enough, not just for the sake of Mario Maker, of course, but just for the sake of, you know, his health. Okay, expanding the POW, it's kind of interesting that expanding the POW and having it come down from the pipe is consistently going to place the POW to the left in this position here. That is going to bump off Yoshi just by way of collision, but that Yoshi does not seem to be detected as obstructing the pipe. Well, I mean, now Yoshi's just been pushed out completely. But if we respawn into this room, then Yoshi is going to come back. But the idea is that for some reason, POW is going to consistently end up in this location here. Which is interesting. Because if I constrain the Twister position, then what does that do for me? I mean, the Twister has kind of a bit of a wide reach here, right? So if I manage to get the Twister up into this position, it's not going to quite reach Yoshi. Anyway, this is called an object permanence puzzle, and so maybe that's a clue as to how we should be thinking, and is that we should be thinking about what kind of things persist between the various door transitions. Okay. Let's see here. So once again, we know how to grab each of the snowballs, and I feel like we probably should just have as many pieces available as possible on board. I don't see any disadvantage to that yet. Unless there is something entity-based that we need to be aware of. And I doubt there is, because of the fact that the POWs do spawn from the pipe just fine. So we don't know that it's, you know, a number of entities that's blocked or anything, and that wouldn't affect anything here, I don't think. So yeah, we will just take that for a moment. And Momuga, you have an idea? Hold that thought for a second. And we'll see. It certainly seems like the idea here is that we do want to obtain Yoshi somehow, and that we want, for example, the Twister to be in this position. And we would want something like a POW piece to be blocking the lowest level down there. Unless we have something like a pickup from the Twister So let's try that for instance. Like, we would eventually want the second snowball, but we need to kind of get a feel for what the twister logic is like when it comes to picking up objects. Like, whether or not we would have some kind of deflection that would allow Yoshi to be pushed to the left. Look at that. That there is that momentary shift of Yoshi to the left when that goes on, so. And, yeah. Zero Planes D. Only thing you're tempted to do is scoot Yoshi away to freedom. Yeah, I mean, you know, we can always just reset him through the door, unless, of course, we have already toggled the switch, in which case we are just going to have to reset. Anyway, that confirms one thing that I was wondering about, which is that Yoshi does get pushed to the left momentarily when the twister does its sweep. Which might be important, because we could set up some kind of collision perhaps to push Yoshi even further. The other thing too is that we should check. So when the POW is just on the lowest level, it's going to block the twister from going back and forth. But if we have something like a snowball on the lowest level, there's going to be this initial sweep where it gets picked up, right? And I need to probably measure out what that sweep is going to look like. So, for example, if we come through here, drop the POW, come through here, and then grab the other snowball. Let's maybe drop this guy in this location here, just to do a quick demonstration. Drop the POW in this location. Grab this guy. And grab the POW. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of multiple stacking interaction that might be relevant here. Such that, you know, we push this further. No, that's a bad idea. Didn't really mean to kill it. I was hoping to pick up the snowball. But did we already? Okay, no, we've got one here. Yeah, no, I was hoping to just kind of test something being swept up, for instance. Yeah, look at that. So if we have some way to stop the twister, that would be great. But it seems like once the POW is off screen in this location, it's just off screen, and we know that because it'll dispense. And Umuga, you solved puzzles by hearing me, not by thinking by yourself. Yeah, sometimes I just kind of point to an idea, and it seems to work. If anybody wants to try this, by the way, I can give you the maker code. I don't have the code to this specific puzzle handy, but I've been playing a fair bit of Bird Dog 6's puzzle collection lately, and they have fewer elements than a lot of one-screen puzzles in terms of fewer objects on screen to work with, but that actually has a way of making the interactions much more specific than you would ordinarily take into consideration, just because there are, you know, it's not like you suddenly have very few things to do or work with or try just because you have very few elements. What it actually does is it focuses the solution space in a way that, like, really narrows your options down to things that are very specific and tricky. Is your internet wrong? I don't know about your internet, but you see black. Is anybody else having issues with video? Or does Mimuga just need to refresh? Because I see everything on my side indicating that it's okay. Yeah, thanks for confirming, Zero. Okay. But yeah, we probably want some kind of sweep. And we also know that the POW should act as a bit of a stopper. But let's just get back here. Make sure we don't blow the snowballs this time. And yeah, Mamuga, hope you get that fixed up. Okay. So we have a snowball in this position. We still don't really have a solution for stopping the Twister, but yet having it in a position that'll pick up Yoshi. Like if we have some kind of way to displace the POW over to the right side, then that would be great. We also know that the POW would potentially allow us to kind of get through here even in the off state. Although if we get through here without an object like the POW to stand on, then we can't get back out of the top room. One thing to consider is that expending the POW spawns a POW from the pipe. So if a Twister comes and picks up Yoshi, and if we get the POW to drop from the pipe in that moment, maybe a POW that spawns from the pipe is able to push Yoshi to the left. So for example, let's check the cooldown time on this. Almost instant. And notice how the POW bumps to the left of Yoshi. If we can get a POW to drop to the right of Yoshi, then maybe the Twister passes and Yoshi is in a location that will allow us to kind of like sneak up and push. So we actually, whoops, should be able to respawn snowballs. Oh no, we can't actually. Maybe. Yeah, we can. Okay, of course we can. So snowball here. Snowball up in the top left. Okay, let's drop this. Okay, we've got both snowballs ready. I don't really have an idea for what you used a second snowball for yet, honestly. I know that one snowball is going to be the switch activation. And I know that just destroying the POW is going to give me some kind of respawn, so it's also going to take out anything that is on the ground, which includes, of course, snowballs. Also, I kind of get the sense that the solution to the coin up top is actually going to be Yoshi spitting a snowball through a wall or something like that. Like, because Yoshi can't just tongue the coin, right? Like, you actually need to hit the coin with something. But we know that Yoshi's tongue can reach through walls in this style. Such that if Yoshi is able to swallow one snowball, then we're fine. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that one of these is on the Twister because it needs to be preserved. Yeah, Mamuga, I think that's kind of unfortunate that Twitch is just not cooperative with you here. Let's just restart, because we burnt so much time. Actually, if Mamuga can't even load the audio, yeah, I guess somebody should kind of say so in chat. That's kind of unfortunate that things are not working, but that we will have the permanent VOD afterwards if there is any interest. Anyway, let's get through here. So yeah, one snowball will preserve on top of the Twister because that will prevent the POW from destroying anything. And yeah, not quite spoilerific there yet, but We'll see. I don't know if Mamuga is actually in our server Discord, but I'm just going to plug the link there in case we need to talk afterwards and just get in touch, in case there are some technical issues to solve. Let me just punch in a message. But in the meantime, let's just try to think about what we were doing here before we completely lose track. It seems like he could hear me just now, but can't anymore. So hopefully that technical issue gets sorted out. Okay, what were we doing? We were grabbing the second snowball up here. Yeah, there we go. Let's just not die to execution mistakes like constantly. I mean, I know I can just grab the snowball again, but sometimes we spend a lot of time on puzzles just because of little mistakes like that, where we have a certain intention that does not get really carried out. But yeah, thanks Zero for providing interpretation services. Okay, but as long as everybody else is able to see this okay, we will just kind of stay on course for the time being and see if we can make any further headway. Maybe the puzzle gods are just visiting their divine punishment upon Mamuga for flying too close to the sun so far as solutions are concerned. And I mean, Twitch has kind of been glitchy for me lately in general as well, so things do happen. Okay, so we want one snowball on top of the twister so it's preserved when the POW hits. But then, okay, this is kind of a weird position to be in, because I don't want to accidentally break this thing. Let's get on the left side so we can eventually do this switch here. Just put everything in a careful position, just to minimize potential execution errors. Drop this guy. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to hit the on-off switch, and then when Yoshi gets picked up, or just before Yoshi gets picked up, we're going to fire the POW. When we fire the POW, we're going to try to make an extra POW spawn from the blue pipe in a way that pushes Yoshi to the left. Oh, the snowball is totally going to hit the wall there and get nuked. Also, we're just too late in that interaction. We need to be a bit faster, probably when it's passing through the bumper. I kind of like the idea of using the bumper as the timing mechanism. That's okay, we can just kind of practice this. We should maybe practice the central Yoshi interaction before we play too much with the snowballs. So yeah, I want the snowball to be picked up here, actually. Because I don't want the snowball to be on the ground when the POW activation is happening. So let's not mess with the top snowball just yet. Let's try to do a partial solution, where we see if the POW behavior with Yoshi is actually going to happen the way I want. And whoops. Okay. Yeah, just going to do a bit of a test here. I'm going to fire it at the bumper location. Oh, interesting. The POW is going to push it to the right. It seemed like it was actually early that time. So I'm just going to try it a few more times just to see if we can find an appropriate timing window before we write that off as the wrong idea or something like that. Other thing that can happen is we could test whether a snowball coming up to collide with Yoshi from the bottom is going to do anything for us. And you just noticed there's a problem with your puzzle solution, but has the reloading fixed the video? That's the important thing, although I don't think Mamuga can hear me. So never mind that at all. Okay. Whoops. There we go again. Let's just restart. Yeah, I mean, I did push the maker code in chat earlier, so I don't know if Mamuga has had a chance to try that. But yeah, I guess whatever it was that you thought was the solution is not going to be it, so... Yeah, there are some really strange edge case interactions in these puzzles sometimes that can be a little bit tricky. But let's grab the POW over here. I don't know if using the POW to stop the Twister is ever going to be something relevant. But let's just fire this. Let's grab the POW, jump over here, and just see if timing matters for the Yoshi interaction. No, it's just going to be carried to the right all the time. But what if I'm standing here while all that happens and then I drop the POW? Such that, let's say I get caught up in the Twister as well, beside Yoshi, and then I do a drop. Seems awfully specific. And doesn't seem quite right, does it? But... yeah, we just gotta figure out what the physics in this level are like in a general sense, and... maybe we can do something about this. And, okay. Whoops. Okay, we're totally gonna miss the boat on this. Nope. Okay, that was a disaster. Let's not leave the POW on top of the Twister this time. Let's actually execute things properly. Whoops. This is also, it's still not apparent to me why this is an object permanence puzzle. As if we are supposed to take some kind of advantage of the various respawning properties. But... let's see here. Okay, so we want to activate that. We want to jump around here. We want to take the POW, and then we want to drop it at a particular time. And we just ended up dropping it on top of Yoshi, actually, so that's not useful. But we could have the POW sort of sweep to the right of Yoshi. I don't know, I still don't like that. I still think that the POW respawn here is really important. That taking advantage of the respawn through the pipe is something kind of critical. Oh, notice that it's not respawning. Okay, that's interesting. That's... previously, when the POW was off screen, you would just get a new one, but it's clearly within some kind of range that it's still considered loaded at this point. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's telling me something about the engine, in fact. We've got to try something else here, then. Okay, we've got to play around with this a bit, because that's kind of unlocked a bit of understanding here. Notice that when the POW drops from this location, I think that actually pushes Yoshi slightly to the right. That Yoshi, when Yoshi is placed in the editor, Yoshi is placed in this location, like this tile here. And when the POW drops, what we want to do then is spawn into this room while carrying a POW, right? Like, if we can find some way to get to the snowball room, and then return here carrying a POW. For example, yeah, if we return here carrying a POW, then the POW doesn't spawn from the pipe, and if it doesn't spawn from the pipe, then Yoshi is able to sit comfortably in this location where the egg is initially placed. Because the problem with Yoshi right now is that, like, Yoshi is only kind of half a tile off screen to begin with because the POW collision pushes him there. I think that's apparent if we hit start over, and you can watch Yoshi on the right side of the screen and watch the collision. Because watch. Oh, actually, maybe not. Like, that Yoshi kind of remains hashed in that location, but like there is a kind of push, isn't there? Where POW goes this way, Yoshi goes that way. I don't know if Yoshi is actually moving during that interaction, but certainly it seems that Yoshi isn't quite spawning in that centered location that you would normally expect from the egg placement. So if we manage to spawn into this room without this POW spawning from the pipe, that may be a clue. Now, how do we do that? Well, let's check something. We always need some kind of surface in order to re-enter this door here. So if we go through this door, in order to come back, the assumption thus far has been that we need to POW under there, because having the snowball under there will never work. Given that the snowball either breaks instantly, or you just end up jumping on top of it. Like, it's going to crumble either way. So the question is, can we get a Yoshi respawn without a POW respawn? And the answer to that may be related to the fact that having the POW be carried off the screen by the twister somehow keeps it loaded. So watch this. Fire the POW, POW comes back. Okay, understandable. But if we don't destroy all the snowballs, first of all, and place the POW on top of this location. Oop. Okay, not great. Place the POW on top of this location. Run with the POW, get over here. I hit the on-off switch after the POW has been... No. I need to not make quite so many execution mistakes. No, the one thing I want to test is, okay, do we understand the rule? Like, if the POW is carried off the screen by the twister, does it stay loaded? That's the thing we need to know. We know that this is going to be the right side of the world because of the goal placement. But is there some kind of specific rule for when the twister disappears off the world? Because if there is, that also gives us a clue as to whether Yoshi is still considered alive at that point in the level. Particularly, if we have some way to get through here, through this door, while the state is set to off. Because if we manage to get over to this other door while the state is off, then the twister is going to travel over anyway. And that might be really quite important. The other thing, too, is that if we stand directly next to the pipe, we know that things don't spawn, right? Like, if we're one vertical column away from the pipe, we know that objects don't Yes they do. Okay. Why am I thinking they don't? Because usually when you're sort of like beside the pipe, like let's say you're pushing against the edge of the pipe, then you might not get a respawn. So for example, let's say we just sort of expend the POW somehow. The thing I wanted to try was, let's say we get things in the off state. I mean, this is not going to be a solution approach, but we're still just trying to figure out the mechanics behind this level and whether there's anything secret that we don't really know or understand yet, and how we might establish that. So let's say we grab a snowball. Yeah, we just need to kind of establish what the mechanics of this level are going to be. And in order to do that, well, first of all, let's see what happens when the POW is taken off screen. And whether it remains alive. So yeah, POW and Yoshi are taken currently to the right side of this pipe. Notice that the POW does not respawn. So it seems like when everything goes off screen, the Twister keeps the POW loaded. It also means, I think, that when you have that interaction, then Yoshi also stays loaded. But that gives me a bit of an idea now. Because let's say we take the POW, we drop the POW in this location. This is something I didn't know about the edge of the screen, actually, that the screen edge has that very weird loading behavior, even when the Twister has dropped off the world. And yeah, okay, so we want to grab the POW. So here's what we're going to try. Wait, let's move the snowball to a slightly better location first. Grab the POW. Grab the POW. Hit this. And go through this door here. Watch this now. So we're seemingly kind of stuck here. Oh, and the POW is going to respawn. Oh, no, because I wanted to hug this location as soon as I dropped in. That was the thing I wanted to try, just to see if I could prevent the POW spawn. And even so, of course, that wouldn't give me the tools to get out of that room, so it's not going to be the solution, but I do need to kind of explore the mechanics and see what is possible. So we'll have to fumble with a couple of attempts just to explore the properties of this level and just develop a better mechanical understanding of what's going on. Yeah, I guess I am banned in Mexico. I must have run afoul of some of the local drug cartels or something, or whoever runs the country these days. Okay, hit on. Everything I know about Mexico's drug cartels I learned from Roberto Bolaño's 2666. Which is not really that much about drug cartels, but well, no, actually there's a significant chapter dedicated to murders and disappearances around Mexico City. But let's see. POW is going to... No, the interaction I wanted to try once again was get through the door with POW and immediately hug the pipe to the right. Like, fall to the right, hug the pipe, try to prevent the POW spawn. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Wouldn't be that anyway because we have no way to get out. Okay, so this is interesting now. Because we know that a Twister that stays off screen is going to retain everything on top of it. We need to use that fact somehow. And I think the final sort of interaction is going to be Yoshi spits Snowball through the wall. I think that's actually pretty clearly going to be the case. One thing we haven't really thought about yet is Snowball plus Yoshi collisions. So let's try to get through here first. And down we go. Supernova coming in with a party of 7. Hang on, let's give you a shout out as well. Supernova. Also a very common viewer level streamer with a lot of overlap with my stream in terms of viewership, just because we both tend to do a very playtesting oriented approach, I guess, where we like to talk about mechanics. And so people who like to have their dose of viewer levels through the week, please follow I Am Supernova. Also one of the only streamers I know who will not only comment on something on your level, but step into the editor to kind of demonstrate specific alternatives and other tricks that are worth knowing. So yeah, so Supernova, so far we have a 1-1 record on Bird Dog puzzles tonight, and this is the 3rd Bird Dog puzzle that we played. We also had a break with a different level earlier by Candle Dragon that was kind of taking advantage of a cat hitbox glitch of sorts in 3D World. And Penguin Lord, thank you for the follow. So yeah, anybody new here who is usually around streams for the viewer level experience, be aware that viewer levels is something we do run regularly here as well, mainly on Friday night to Saturday morning, Saturday night to Friday morning, also in this insanely nocturnal block, which is maximally inconvenient for everybody. Natcat, hopefully there's no more puzzle solving than staring tonight. Oh, I don't know. Right now they have kind of contested for the top spot with each other all evening, and there has been a lot of staring, believe me. So, Supernova, we've discovered something really interesting here that I don't know how to use yet, which is, watch this, that when, okay, so this POW is bound to the blue pipe, such that, I need to repeat this. Yeah, this POW is bound to the blue pipe, such that when you detonate the POW, it respawns a POW over here with the blue pipe timing. Now, if the POW is normally dropped off screen, naturally it's registered as dead, right? Or is it? It's not registered as dead when I soft drop it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought it was. So the POW is alive. Okay, if the POW is alive, then I think it actually creates the collision I want with this thing here. Okay, no. Because the thing I was looking at earlier is that, like, even though this is clearly the boundary of the end of the level, the interaction I had seen is that the Twister coming over to carry these objects keeps them loaded even when the objects are pushed off screen. But it seems that within a 1-tile range, the POW is still registered as alive. So for example, if I were to just chuck the POW, well, I mean, if I were to just chuck the POW, we know what usually happens, but if I were to just go all the way to the edge of the screen and drop the POW, it respawns immediately from the blue pipe. Look at that. Very quickly, in fact. If I'm doing a soft drop over here, it stays alive. So I think that's actually the key, because ground continues off screen, yeah. But it's sort of interesting that if you have a Twister continue to travel off the ground in the way that a shell normally would, the Twister carrying the POW off screen also keeps the POW alive. So that was the discovery that I wanted to talk about. Not the fact that the soft drop keeps the POW alive, but the fact that the Twister carrying everything off screen also prevents the respawn. Which is not something I knew. And which leads me to try something here. Which is, can I take this and take this, and this is going to be an incomplete solution, but we've got to try it. So yeah, Pow's not going to reload. And if Pow's not going to reload, that tells me that Twister should stop when it picks up Yoshi. And if it stops in that position when it picks up Yoshi, then Yoshi should be made available in that middle position. There we go. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Great. So like I said, that's an incomplete solution because we actually needed to keep the second snowball alive in order for Yoshi to eat the snowball. Oh, I see the problem now. That we actually do need to get rid of the POW afterwards. But we know how to do that. We can use a snowball to smack it, right? I think if we have a second snowball to smack the POW, then we're okay. If you go into the editor and put 3 or 4 thwomps in a row and let them fly off screen, they will hit something off screen, the boundary, and you can see how far because of the thwomps. That's interesting. Yeah. It's not something I've ever played with much simply because the edge of the world is such an edge case, right? In a very literal sense that, you know, you don't tend to think of it as having its own scroll stop rules when usually you just use it as a way to destroy shells and so on. So, anyway, we know how to get Yoshi now, and that's important because it means that I'm allowed to sort of get through everything else. Okay, so now let's do the sort of complete interaction where we grab the other snowball first. And yeah, somebody update Mamuga, because Mamuga has been having problems actually connecting to the stream and has not been able to view what it is we're doing. But anyway, we want 2 snowballs to be available, and we want... because the POW is not going to be activated yet. I'm going to test one thing first of all. Just checking. Okay. Just checking. That snowballs behave the way I think they behave. Okay, so that's okay, because now we can keep both snowballs alive, and the second one is going to detonate the POW. The issue is... that even after we detonate the POW, we need a way to get past it, back through the on-off. Now, one way to do it is if Yoshi has done a swallow, right? Or... That's okay, let's grab both snowballs and we'll piece this together one step at a time. Yeah, I'm still on it, but we have made progress. We have made progress. Okay. Yeah, just gradually recovering my mechanical knowledge of this game, which... But the screen boundary property was not something I knew previously. I think I just never had a use for it. And because it's on the end screen, it's something that's rarely actively used by a level. So, yeah, we want both snowballs alive, because one of the snowballs is going to take out the POW afterwards. So, let's just keep both snowballs ready, but the question is whether or not we have a way to reactivate the on-off switch as well, which at the moment is unclear to me, but supposing we drop this, and we know there's no respawn, we then hit this, and it's going to give me Yoshi. Then we smack the POW. Maybe. Yes, actually no, we want Yoshi to swallow a POW after we destroy the current one. I'm pretty sure. Let's not lose Yoshi along the way. And let's see what we can do. Just to destroy everything on the other side. Now, the problem that I'm beginning to see here... well, let's swallow one Pow of Yoshi first. Because then we might actually have a... Oh! Now the Pow's going to disappear on me, and that's not good. Oh wait, no, I actually got it. Grabbing the Pow, however, is not going to solve what I want. Because we're kind of down by one switch activation. Regardless, we can check one thing. Yeah, that's the issue now, is that I don't know how to get back through that top door. Because if we hit the on-off switch first, then we would have had a problem, I think. And Mamuga, you can see the thumbnail. Okay, I see. So yeah, the twister has kind of gone away on us, but I don't think I have a good way to do a door re-entry, even with the twister still coming over. And yeah, Yoshi can just take the coin directly. But you can see that we still have a bit of a problem here. In that I now need to maybe drop Yoshi on top of that? No. No, I do need to come over here with something to stand on. That's not really something negotiable. But having Yoshi tongue dislocation is good enough to work with. So we just need to fix up one thing with the switch activation logic now. And we are getting pretty close. Yeah. So, once again, let's try to grab both snowballs, because I think I will need them. Yeah, both snowballs, but then what do we do with the fact that we may be kind of down by one snowball? That's the question. Like whether there's something we can do to interact with both at once. Because we come through here, we grab this, we get back in. We know that snowballs don't stop the twisters, the snowballs just get picked up. So it is going to have to be Pow on that side. Yeah, we're kind of down by one activation now then. Such that if we have one snowball, we grab the Pow for a second snowball. Okay. And now we can do the Pow interaction to grab Yoshi. But then we have a bit of a problem because we don't know what the step is going to be after that. So, first snowball activates the on-off switch. Twister comes through. One thing to think about is there a way to get through the door other than by having a Pow available under your feet? And I don't really see that to be the case because... Yeah, I mean, no, I don't really see that to be the case because there's no way you can just kind of... Oh, maybe you can actually... I'm thinking about how, sometimes you can enter doors by having... so, for example, if you jump on top of a P-switch, you can enter a door. If you jump on top of a any kind of surface like that, but I don't think a snowball counts as that kind of surface because you do make contact with it right away as an enemy. Or as something like an enemy, if I understand it properly. If it is possible to enter a door as you jump on top of a snowball, then we're in business, but I don't think it actually is something that'll work. For the same reason that most of the bounce interactions don't ever work. Like anything you get a bounce off of when you jump. And I don't know if there is anything else in terms of item logic that we can use as a replacement for the POW. So, hello Cordial Snail. I mean, that's something we can sort of experiment with, like whether or not it is possible to enter a door over a snowball, but I really severely have my doubts that that would be the case. Other thing to check is whether Yoshi can just be dropped on top of a snowball. But yeah, I don't really like any of those ideas. But anyway, let's walk through this again, just to see what kind of situation we're looking at. Because, yeah, currently the thing that we need to do is that we do need to destroy the POW in order to get a new POW. So we have a couple of choices with the snowball here. We can destroy the POW, and that gets me a new POW. Or we can hit the on-off switch, and that gets me back into the on state. Those two are basically equivalent in that both of us leave us in the situation of getting through that door and over to the other side with no POW. If I understand it correctly. Like, we both end up with no POW regardless. Couple of things we can do, though. We know that Yoshi is going to get through here. I wonder if it's possible to somehow get swept up onto the right side such that Yoshi can swallow the POW. But if we destroy the current POW, Yoshi can swallow a POW anyway. It's just that, like, is there any way to have Snowball plus POW handy, such that a Snowball can reactivate the on-off switch? That's the question right now. Because it seems like we're kind of down to one Snowball. And that we don't have any kind of reload on either of them. Well, one thing that we can do is hit the on-off switch. Oh, we can hit the on-off switch in such a way that it destroys the twister. I just don't know that that would be any useful at all. Because we would still be dealing with the problem of not having a POW available. But there's no particular advantage that I can see to destroying the twister. Kind of an interesting idea, I guess, but... yeah, Mamuga, I don't know why my stream in particular is giving you all kinds of grief today. Let me just try. I don't think this will do anything at all, but... yeah, no, that's just a bounce as we expected. Okay, if we destroy the POW, we're still in the off state. We have access to an additional POW. What does that give us? So yeah, POW Here? Nope, not yet. I guess the other question is, do we want the ground to snowball right away? I guess we do, because we do need the second activation in order to progress. But is there a way to kind of break the limit of only having 2 snowballs available? So for example, let's say we go through here. And hey, Biggie Swalls, let me get you the maker code that we're currently working with. I don't have the level code written down specifically, but I do have the maker code, and you can search for object permanent puzzle. Object permanence puzzle, I should say. We do have a losing record. Well, no, we have a tied record on Bird Dog Puzzles tonight. We're currently 1-1. One of the ones that we solved being the one that spilled over from last week, so. Might take another look at the one we bailed on earlier. But especially because we now know a little bit more about off-screen rules that might come in handy. Anyway, having the POW available is kind of important. Seems like we can't really leave this room without that. Although, the interesting thing is, let's say we don't take the snowball and we go back out, then everything kind of remains in its proper state, doesn't it? Let's say we drop the snowball like this. Yeah, as expected, nothing happens because we reload back into this zone, and it's just going to be a full reload. Okay. Back through here. And yeah, we know what to do with Yoshi, we know what to do with the snowballs. I wonder if the snowball that we choose to work with actually matters. But I don't see why it would. I mean, fundamentally, the issue here is that we're limited to 2 snowball interactions before we run into a bit of trouble. Okay, so let's get back to where we were before. Grab the POW. Drop the POW. I mean, all this stuff is pretty straightforward, at least. This early part here. Then we get into all kinds of problems. I guess the question at this point is whether we can reload through this door in a way that would give me access to additional snowballs. Right now I just don't see it. Like, whether obtaining Yoshi is going to do anything for me with this here. Oh, here's something to consider, though. Is whether obtaining Yoshi once would still allow us to have the second egg spawn and give us a second Yoshi when we enter here, because we're not at the 2 Yoshi limit, and I'm wondering if the egg would spawn if we have some kind of back and forth like that. But in order to see that, we would need to be able to carry POW somehow through to the other room. Like, if there's some way that Yoshi is able to reacquire the POW and bring a POW into the next room with me. So let's just do this interaction once more, just to see how it works. Yeah, Yoshi's gonna get lugged back. Very satisfying. And then we don't have anything to work with. I guess one thing we can maybe take a look at. Well, I don't know. I wonder if there's anything else we can do with the snowball other than the two interactions that we've identified so far, which is A, activate the on-off switch, and B, activate the POW to spawn more POWs. Oh, nope. Okay, well, that kind of spoils everything. And I wonder what happens if I just ride out the Twister and get pushed around in a corner for no reason whatsoever. Like whether there's some way for the POW to be reacquired without being destroyed. Not that it really makes a difference. Like the idea is that like we need to use the snowball on something. Requiring the POW gets me through here, but at what cost? Let's... You got it. Okay, well done, Biggie Swallows. You're quick on a draw. Yeah, my mechanics when it comes to this kind of thing is pretty rusty, so... They are pretty rusty general. Why don't I go over to POW right away? I do need to grab the snowballs first. I can get the POW back, it's just that I can't get the POW back in an on state. Like, either I have off state plus POW, or I have on state and no POW. That's the issue right now. And neither one of those gets me to the top right room in a way that allows me to get back out safely. I basically had the solution on one of my goes, yeah. Probably. That tends to happen. Yeah, sometimes, you know, tunnel vision happens when it comes to the comparatively obvious stuff. Why did I do it this way? I need to grab the other snowball. Might be something to do with object stacking. Like, you know, snowball on Yoshi, Yoshi on snowball, something like that. Seems unusually finicky, though. And when some things are unusually finicky, I get a bit suspicious. On the other hand, unusually finicky interactions have actually been how I've solved some of the bird dog puzzles so far, so certainly no stranger to that. And yeah, Zero, I guess, you know, there's no way to learn these weird mechanics unless you actually do them, right? And see them in action. Well, unless you're Supernova and you just kind of like have side thwomps going off the screen in the editor just for the hell of making measurements, which is an important job, and I'm glad somebody does it. Because, like, off-screen rules are weird in general in terms of, you know, how many tiles you can survive, like, when you have custom scroll or auto scroll locking you in, etc. Like, that's very useful information for makers, but not everybody's going to take the time to test it systematically, in spite of the fact that it does make more designs possible to know that sort of thing. And okay, down. And did we just... Ah, okay, thank you for the host, Mamuga, in case the host on your own channel is able to resolve the problem of being able to watch. Okay, let's drop the POW. I feel like maybe the interactions are correct so far here, like that we shouldn't be too worried about the early stages, even at the expense of what's going on here with the snowballs. We also know that even if we have to get through the other side with no snowball, with no POW rather, that Yoshi does have access to a new snowball. And that maybe that's kind of important. Because let's say we swallow this guy. Then pop the POW. Obtain the POW once... Whoops. Now... this will be kind of interesting. On the other hand... yeah, I guess if we go through without Yoshi, like if we just lose Yoshi all over again, and that doesn't do anything for me. Like, we kind of have to keep Yoshi, otherwise we just essentially reset our progress, right? Because let's say we have some other kind of weird interaction using snowball logic. It always is like I'm one step away, yeah. I can't hit on-off with POW, can I? No, I don't think so. Wait a minute. From the side? I guess I can, but, No. Only with an up throw, I think. Like, I'm thinking that, you know, with it, when you do an up throw, you can hit it with pretty much any object, like springs, P-switches, etc. But if I go through with Yoshi and I grab the coin, am I stuck there? That's the thing. Like, or is there some kind of interaction with the snowball that I don't quite know? Okay. I probably am just missing something really obvious. Because usually when I'm staring at stuff like this for long enough, that is the case. We also know that the Twister is going to do something for me here. No. Just going to move the POW downstairs like we know already happens. Yeah, we know Snowball... something that can go down like this. We don't want to do that, of course. You clip through a bumper with a power or P-switch. I don't know, because I have to be riding Yoshi to make any use of that, and unless you're sort of thinking that, you know, I don't think that's going to be useful, because the only reason why we would want to go through a bumper is to reclaim the initial POW from its stopped position. I was definitely thinking about like whether the Twister could carry anything through the bumper if the ceiling on it were obstructed. But... okay. Let's kind of do the busy work again, just to get back into position. Yeah, missing something critical. Okay, here's POW. Here is double snowball. Let's not activate the POW, because that will destroy the snowball, and that would not be desirable. Yeah, I feel like this has to be the sequence so far. Unless we're missing some other thing that can be done. Used to get the POW back without hitting the snowball. Yeah, no, I don't think so, because I was thinking about the options for doing that, but I don't have the objects that would allow me to, you know, set up in such a way that the twister would push me through to the bottom right side. I don't think I do, anyway. There could potentially be some kind of setup that allows me to... let me think about that. Yeah. There maybe could be some kind of setup that allows me to spawn a new POW. I'm not sure I know how to describe this coherently, but like, yeah, you know, during the Twister interaction that is bringing Yoshi back around, like maybe the POW is destroyed at that point. All that would do, however, is just drop a new POW, you know, while the switch is still kind of set off. Time travel logic? Yeah, we tend to have to apply that all the time. Yeah, because we are kind of thinking about like how objects are going to be respawning, right? And okay. I mean, that's all right, you know, like you kind of have to do puzzles up to the point when they start stumping you, otherwise you just run out of challenges, and so you expect to be stumped sometimes, and to have some that don't go so well. You go back in time to change something, that thing is changing your new reality, so you wouldn't have a reason to go back and change anything. Yeah, exactly. I do that all the time. My feeling exactly. If we have a way to hit the on-off switch, and yet spawn back in this room, or at least like hit the on-off switch and then find some way to destroy the POW afterwards, maybe we have some kind of opportunity. I feel like we're missing like one particular sequence when we might have to go back through this door a second time while we still have POW access. Like, that we're just kind of missing one opportunity to get back here. With the POW intact, and I'm not sure I see it. But anyway, yeah, you're gonna have the POW here. You're going to have the POW available this way. Twister is just going to go off screen at this point. And that's kind of fine. But yeah, we still have this problem, like getting back out of the door once we're through. I mean, it could be something that's snowball related, and you know, Biggie Smalls was saying earlier that I was pretty much on the verge of trying the thing. that is actually the solution, and I don't really see what it is, except... Yeah, if we already have the POW, you know, being carried through underneath doesn't do anything for me, and actually being carried through underneath would just activate the POW, I think, with my head. But I'm thinking about, like, whether or not, you know, you could have a snowball or something as an instruction. I basically did it, but I didn't realize it. Okay. Yeah. Supernova, you have an idea, but it requires dumb tech. I had a dumb tech solution to one of these puzzles, so like I feel like it's not beyond these puzzles to use dumb tech as the actual idea. Oh, I see. So Big Explodes, you were asking for the level code because you wanted to try the thing that you saw me kind of try. Yeah. Seems like a bit of a weird technical interaction that we're looking for. Like having something like Yoshi on top of Snowball or something like that. Is it something... So I'm going to ask like hopefully a bit of a non-spoiler question. Is it something that's tricky to execute? Like, is it something that requires... is it something that I might have accidentally written off because I did it unsuccessfully due to inaccuracy? It's not tricky. Because the main thing that I feel like I haven't looked at sufficiently is stacking. Like, whether some kind of object stacking between Yoshi and the snowballs or something like that would actually be functional. The other thing is, I mean, I don't know why I would want to try to kill the Twister. But we can theoretically take out the Twister. I don't think that does anything for me, though. Because, yeah, if I go through here, I'll definitely want Yoshi to be available somehow. You don't think I wrote it off? That's interesting. Because we know snowballs aren't really going to do their thing. I did earlier try to just spit snowballs like off the side of the screen to see if they would do anything. There's a way to drop the POW straight down, not at an angle. You don't know how to pull it off, but assuming I did drop the POW straight down, I could then potentially duck as far as I can into the bumper. Yeah, because I've been thinking about like how to potentially use the bumper as a sort of ceiling obstruction, or rather put a ceiling obstruction over it that would allow the Twister to push me through and grab the other POW. But I don't see an object that I can use for that, because the only objects I have access to are the snowballs. Unless I place Yoshi somehow as an obstruction. Huh. Curious. Because what if... Here's something. Here's something. Okay, we know that the POW blocks the Twister. I think Yoshi definitely doesn't block the Twister. I was thinking, like, if you have some kind of stacking such that, like, we're sort of working on the assumption that Yoshi is obtainable only if Yoshi is sort of in the starting position. If we move Yoshi off of the starting position, so for example by making a POW Yoshi stack or a Yoshi POW stack on the right side, then maybe that does something useful. So Big Explodes, does the thing that you thought I had done like affect anything in the sequence up to obtaining Yoshi? I guess, like, hopefully that'll be a non-spoiler question. Like, should I be thinking at all about my sequence up to obtaining Yoshi? Like, is there something wrong that I'm doing by then? Okay. So we're doing the initial setup just fine. Whoops. Not on that attempt, obviously. Okay, so the initial setup is fine. It's just that the way we think about the coin at the end is going to be a bit of an issue. Okay. Nope. Yeah, let's just start over. I mean, I know I can technically respawn into this room, but not without, you know, expending POWs and doing all kinds of weird things. And you think I've got it all? Okay. Grab the POW. Lower the POW. Okay, let's just reestablish that sequence quickly then, without thinking too hard about it. And yeah, we'll just get everything into a safe position. Redo this whole sequence here. And just not to think too hard about this part then. Okay, Yoshi is available. Yeah, still kind of a weird back and forth collision there. It seems highly specific. Okay. I wonder. Yeah, okay, so I hit the snowball, I re-obtained a POW. And I wonder if I should continue to block the twister somehow. Kind of interesting. Because, okay, let's say I take a... And you say it's something I almost did, so it's not like it's something that I have not tried yet, such as trying to destroy the twister using this block here. Which would just kind of block me off from the right side anyway. Okay, currently I do have the other snowball in my mouth, don't I? Yes, I do. I don't think there's anything else that's going to act as a blocking piece here. Other than the POW, so that's... I came so close to accidentally doing it that you thought I did it on purpose, yeah. Well, the only thing that I remember trying is doing some of the stacking order. As though that would matter. Other thing I'm thinking about is whether there's some kind of power activation that I might have to be aware of. Or, you know, just doing some kind of door entry above the tile occupied by Yoshi, but... Came so close to accidentally doing it right, huh? I don't know what it is I haven't tried, to be honest. Like, I should be working on the assumption that I need more POWs, right? Because if this is back in the on state, I still don't get to reload through this room unless I bring a POW with me. If I look left and right and drop the POW in one quick sequence, I can drop the POW straight down. I don't see how that helps. Unless you're thinking about whether I can get within tongue range with Yoshi. Like, if the idea is that we want to get within tongue range over here, so for example, if I'm sort of obstructed on a ceiling with something, then the bumper becomes kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I see it. Does the POW activation activate anything else on screen? I don't think so, because nothing else is left to be destroyed. What you don't understand is world record is 8 seconds faster than anything you try. 39 seconds, huh. Yeah, so it's not something really extremely technical. Like, we've got everything except this step here. It might be a really obvious step. I mean, spin jump kind of works to get on top of it for some reason, but we don't have a reason to be doing it. I'm thinking about the twister range up here up top. I'm thinking about my proximity to the pipe up top as well, but we know that as soon as we spawn in, that does trigger a spawn. And I don't think anything there's going to be obtainable. I'm just sort of thinking about the possibility that even if we're through... Like, the issue is that when we're through, in the off state, the twister is just going to go all the way off screen, right? Like, there's nothing that we can do with the twister. But the twister is going to come and pick up the POW. Oh, you know what? Oh. I think I have it. Yeah, no, I've got it. Here's what we're going to do. I've got it. Let's present this. And we're going to come through here. The twister's going to pick up the POW. We're going to swallow the POW on the other side. After we grab the coin. Staring me in the face the whole time. The whole time. No, because the thing is, I had noticed the POW going up beside the pipe like that before I had even noticed the POW being one tile off screen and obstructing the twister. But it's the sort of idea that the whole column to the right of the edge of the screen is still sort of determined as alive that was throwing me off completely, because that's just a rule I don't know, right? Hey, since we actually have an audience now, let's go back to the one that I bailed on earlier to see if we have any additional headway on this. Not that I'm asking for hints or anything, but I just want to show off my progress on it so far so you know what I was having trouble with. Because now that I look at it again, like, maybe it's some of the off-screen stuff that is throwing me off. So this puzzle here, like, it kind of scrolls you off screen right away. And the first thing it does, so the clear condition is to finish with the mushroom. Sorry, let's get rid of this. The mushroom spawns from the middle blaster. And so this is what I figured out so far. So you see, mushroom comes out here. there's a particular paradox that we're stuck on. To me, it seems fairly obvious that we want to launch the mushroom out to the left side, such that it rolls over to the right side and falls into the trap in the bottom right side. And once it falls into the trap in the bottom right side, then as Small Mario, I can go through the right side, pick it up, hit the goal. The issue is this. If I am to break this, it seems like I need the mushroom. And if I have the mushroom, I don't have any way to take damage to become small again, because like this is kind of hard gated against that. Like you must be small to get through there. And the idea, I think, is that I'm supposed to drop through this column and drop into the mushroom in the one-tile trap. But that would mean that I need some kind of alternate way to break this open. That does not require the mushroom to be present. Like, that does not require me to be Super Mario. Because I feel like maybe there's a hidden block is pretty much never the solution to these. Like, I feel like these puzzles are actually relentlessly fair. But anyway, so you can see, this is what I've worked out so far, is that we have a trampoline under here. We can grab the POW over here to enter the door. These two doors are just paired as resets. We get through here. Come on. Now, then this POW becomes obtainable as a second POW. I just need to nudge towards it with good timing. It is behind a one-way panel to prevent any crushing from the blaster over my head. So grab it like this. I'm trying to avoid picking up the mushroom at this point because picking up the mushroom seems to trap me from not having an additional damage source. The reason I want to grab the second POW is so I can create a POW stack that then allows me to come through the center section with the spring. So now we have an idea, which is to use the spring to launch the mushroom up to the top section. The problem is this. I want the mushroom to go to the left. There are basically two ways I can see to do that, which is, way number one, the spring bounces the mushroom from a sort of high position, and it deflects against the wall on its way up, and it bounces to the left. That looks more plausible. The other thing I could do is I could somehow obtain the second POW once again, and use that as a blocking piece to force the mushroom to the left. So I haven't actually successfully executed either of these yet. But that's the method I'm thinking of for getting the mushroom to actually fall into the bottom trap. The problem is that once the mushroom actually does fall into the bottom trap, then I get stuck with the paradox that I mentioned earlier. The blocking piece does sound more puzzling, but the issue is this, that it does require a bit of a finicky position of this spring here. Since picking up the second POW as a blocking piece lowers the entire blaster, right? And that gets into a bit of a problem because I need to not obtain the mushroom. But I need the mushroom, I need the blaster to be nudged one tile up, such that the mushroom is going to fall into the spring. That is actually extremely timing dependent. Because if I place the spring in this location, it blocks the blaster. And the blaster, when it goes up by one tile, that's actually not enough for it to spawn. Like when the flying POW lifts the blaster will not actually fire. If I place it here, then when the blaster is raised, the mushroom actually does fire, except the issue is that sometimes it misses. Like sometimes if it's still in low position, it misses, and then you have a mushroom floating down here, and I've got nothing that I can do with it unless I reset. And yeah, like it looks like the mushroom isn't going to fire by enough anyway in order to reach 2 tiles. One thing I considered was stacking both the POW and the spring in this lower location, such that the mushroom would spawn on top of the POW and then bounce on the spring. But I'm not too fond of that either, because sometimes the mushroom just misses. Like, it just doesn't hit the top of the surface. And so it runs into issues. You see a way to take damage here. Supernova, the only thing I can see so far is a Crush Death. And the Crush Death also kills Big Mario. I don't see a way to convert Super Mario into Small Mario. If I do, then we've solved this already pretty much. Except, of course, for getting this very finicky mushroom trap from happening. And actually, now that I know this series of interactions with the edge of the screen, I might even be able to send the mushroom down to right side, but I don't think that's going to be it, because if you look at the structure of how the bottom layer of the ground is being set up, I think there's a very clear implication that the mushroom should be going to the left side first. So, also, I was mentioning earlier, since we're back in Super Mario World Castle music, I'm sure all my commentary is going to be muted after the fact. I wouldn't die immediately after being crushed? Yes, I do. Like, if we're talking about the crush point being the POW block on the left hitting the wall, I totally do get crushed. I tried it before. Unless it's a height-dependent thing where I had to be crushed on my top half. Oh, on the ceiling. Why would I want to do that? Like, I don't see the ceiling crush happening, actually. I don't see where that would take place. The side crush is pretty obvious. It's where the POW hits the little knob on the bottom left. And it does kind of fly low. Biggie Swalls, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. In case you want to take sub priority to submit Secret of the Keep over and over and over until we finally get the CP1 exit. Speaking of which, since you're here, maybe we should take a look at that afterwards. And because Biggie Swalls, I'm reminded now, I actually did look over the video to see what visual clue I was missing in the CP1 save room on that level, and I think I know what it was that I was overlooking. But yeah, the Secret of the Keep shall continue until morale improves. So, whoop. Okay, got that. Anyway, let's just reset my position. So yeah, there's a very particular thing that I'm stuck on here. Two things, I guess. There's the execution thing of getting the mushroom up in the first place, which seems like it requires a pretty precise thing. Actually, no, I don't mind so much, honestly, because sometimes long levels like that, especially if they are 3 levels in 1, which is what that actually is, they too take some work. So yeah, so for example, let's say I smack this. I've confirmed, by the way, already that this is not a vine, because I have tried to reset doors, and it does not come back. Notice too, at reset doors, what's going on with the scrolling. So the scrolling has a particular purpose here, which is that when you have the object stacks on top of the flying POW, the scroll on the left side, whoops, I didn't demonstrate that, but the scroll on the left side sends the stacked object flying back down so it doesn't despawn. So watch this. Yeah, it gets pushed by the wall. That is just off the edge of the screen. Now, here's one thing that I'm not sure I quite know as a rule, which is, screen edge here. It looks like, you know, if things are still kind of alive off the edge of the screen by one tile, that the ground is kind of continuous with the ground level here, right? In the way that, you know, ceilings are kind of infinite vertical columns when they are scroll stopped on the top side. Right? I feel like that's a very strong implication. And the other thing I haven't considered is whether using a spring down here actually does anything for me. Because if I'm able to, you know, do some kind of, like, spring stack down here. Like spring pow pow or something. That would do absolutely nothing productive for me. But yeah, it is a very interesting use of scroll to just make the resets sensible. Let's ditch this. Hang on. Let's get up to the top layer properly. But yeah, currently the issue I see is that I just don't see a way to hit this block without also having to consider where a damage source is going to be for the mushroom. I mean, Supernova, if it is true that there is a way that I can take 1 point of damage from a vertical crush, then we can think about how to set that up, but maybe with a double POW stack, actually. I mean, that's kind of worth considering. So, for example, let's say I stack this. Is there anything hidden in the bumper floor? It looks just like ground, to be honest. If you look at the artwork, it looks pretty convincingly like it's just continuous ground. So let's let this thing hop up once again. And so yeah, if we don't figure this one out today, we'll definitely be back to it again next week and having a rematch, but anyway, so the idea is that, I mean, we can test Crush Death with this location here, right? But I'd want to grab the mushroom first before I try anything like that. Let me just drop the POW on top first, and I'll try to get on top of the 2 POW stack before I'm at this location, and we'll see if the vertical crush works as intended. Nope, hang on. Nope, hang on. Still not executing properly. I should get the spring ready, actually. Because then I don't need to jump around like that. And then we can drop this right away. Nope. Okay. So yeah, let's think about this again. Let's just reacquire this, and this completely resets the position that we had earlier. Actually, if I'm Big Mario, maybe a single tile crush is okay. Let's just try that, in fact. Let's just see what happens when I get on top while big. No, I'm just going to slide, actually. And I would assume it's the same kind of slide interaction if I am Small Mario on a double stack. Like, I don't think that's going to get a crush on me, pretty much, ever. But if I can take damage somehow, like, that's a major accomplishment. Because I currently don't see how else do that. Yeah, because I think there is a clear implication that I need to become big and then become small again, that there is going to be some kind of transformation. Because I see no other way to kill the right side block. Like no P-switch or no other kind of object interaction that would destroy it. So the question is, you know, whether we have some way to reset out of that, and I don't see it. Also, this is always a mushroom. It is not conditional. I did check that once already. Okay. And, yeah, I actually did check, I think, trying to drop anything under the bumper, but it's very clearly just ground. Whoops. There we go. So yeah, this stuff we understand so far. And yeah, I found that it's actually easier to load the POW in this location. It's much more consistently executable. So here we are so far. And I don't want to accidentally get the mushroom, which is kind of difficult sometimes because mushroom just has a way of spawning, I guess. Like, even if the objects are just half tile away, that does act as a block. And the POW that is flying never really raises this by enough. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect to do that. Although that way of kind of keeping POWs alive up to the ceiling, I hadn't really played much with earlier. When POWs fly. Yeah, if I can just kind of get in that one tile spot. And then spawn the mushroom once I'm up top. Like, once... No. Yeah, you see? Like, the timing just doesn't work very elegantly. I was definitely thinking, like, having both POW and Spring down there. Because it should deflect up the wall and back. If I understand it properly. And that kind of removes the need to think about the blocking piece, but the tiles just never seem to block the way that I would want them to, so you do unfortunately have to reset out of this one, or at least get back into, whoops, center section. Okay, now we have to reset. And yeah, let's just do this once again. That's totally wrong. So yeah, not quite seeing this one either, but I wonder if it's just been a lot of tunnel vision today when it comes to mechanics that should be obvious. But I feel like so far it's just sort of been an execution failure on my part when it comes to getting the mushroom to get up top. Because I have previously gotten the mushroom to successfully spawn over to the right. When you don't remove the POW from below the blaster stack, it's very easy to just drop one spring in there and, you know, have that be it. One thing we can do is do this. We take the flying POW with us through, because then that gives me access to 2 POWs in the central location. This is actually something I don't think I'd considered previously. So now we have 2 POWs here. And that does absolutely nothing. At least I don't think it does anything. Except for... Let's see. Yeah, Supernova, when you're talking about Tetra's newest puzzle, was that the pandemic level, like the virus level where you throw everything underwater? Or is there a newer one? Unless you're talking about the one that we've been playtesting for him. In which case, I thought that was also fantastic, and it'll be really quite interesting to see that in proper release. Yeah, because that one is quite good. Yeah, the one you've been playtesting. Yeah, very interesting finale in particular. Also much more compartmentalized and straightforward than some of the other ones he's done. Okay, so sneaking in both POWs through here doesn't actually do anything useful for me, because apart from being able to time when the next POW activation on the lower level is going to happen. However, yeah, that is what we would do if we want to get the flying POW up to this position. I don't know why we would want to do that. Because no matter what, if we do that, then the spring is going to be out of position, and we're not any better off than we would be from grabbing the center POW. Because the only reason why we want to maintain the blaster elevated by the single POW is so it can fire on top of a spring, right? Like, if it's not going to fire on top of a spring, there's no particular point to doing this. Yeah. I mean, I guess it kind of gives us some level of control over the POW spawn from the bottom blaster. But other than that, not really seeing what's going on. And yeah, it's just going to be ground both above and below the bumper. I think it's fairly clear that it's supposed to be the mushroom coming through here. I have not really been taking advantage of these reset doors at all. And maybe there's something to that that is going to become important. But yeah. I mean, I can see if I can at least find some kind of method to do the mushroom spawn. We're at 30 seconds, so we might as well start over. Okay. Here we go. And yeah. Interestingly enough, I can now go directly back upstairs. Which, once again, only really allows me to take that POW through with me, but I think taking the spring into the middle is the correct idea. I feel like it's on the right track because there's no other way to think about getting the mushroom out of there. Whoops. I mean, this kind of intuitively feels like it's on the right track. The question is whether we should bother grabbing the second POW at all. Because the purpose of grabbing it is to have it function as a blocking tile for when the mushroom spawns. And if it's not going to function as a blocking tile, then there's no real point. However, if we only have the spring in this first position, then the mushroom bounces and consistently heads right. And that's not quite good enough. It's not really what we need. Which is why I keep thinking about like what we can do to kind of extend this passage. But I'll show you what happens when we just have, whoops, single tile blocking that location. So let's say we do something like this. In order to have the mushroom hopefully spawn in the middle. And right now the POW is located in such a way that, you know, because of that half tile coverage, the mushroom does not spawn. But when the blaster rather is raised, it's not raised by a full tile and still not able to spawn there either because it's still detecting a collision with the corner of the POW. And so I feel like maybe this POW has to remain in place to brace the blaster. And that we need to do something else to block off the mushroom. I mean, if I'm able to have the spring here and use one POW to grab the other POW, maybe we're onto something. Now, unfortunately, I might not be able to stay on stream for that much longer, so we might have to hold this one just as a matter of necessity. We'll take a look on it for now. It's been an interesting series of interactions so far, but I am missing a very key conceptual thing here, which is the central paradox of whether or not I'm to grab the mushroom or not. And the execution thing of getting the mushroom to go left up top is still something that remains unsolved. But we may have to go back to this one. I mean, we will have to go back to this one. I've been trying to push through as many of Bird Dog's set as I can. Biggest, well, since you're here, let's talk about what is it? The Secret of Keep, which I understand you probably have a new revision of the code once again. I think I actually saw that you had a new upload of it, but if you have the code handy, that would be great. If not, I can just dig it up. And yeah, Supernova, the thing that I'm finding to be a consistent feature of Bird Dog's puzzles is that they are extremely lean. They're kind of the very opposite of that massively complex Japanese one-screen that I showed off about 2 weeks ago. In that there are very, very few items on the board, but they all have multiple uses. And that tracking what those uses and interactions are is kind of the core of what makes them kind of difficult, because like you actually feel like you have very few valid legal moves that do anything. And so that's been the thing that I think has actually distinguished Bird Dog style relative to a lot of the other one screens I see, where the kind of tumbling lock and key structure is something that reveals itself very clearly. Okay, biggest walls, I might not have time to look at this for very long, especially if I get past the CP2 POW thing, but yeah, I have not played this version, as you can see, but congratulations to Demise on finding what is presumably the CP2 solution. Yeah, Supernova, it's true there's no clutter. It's kind of the very opposite extreme. Like, I still feel dissatisfied about one of the solutions I found to Bird Dog's puzzles earlier today, where it really felt like I was cheesing it because I was just down to so few possibilities. And then, so that's kind of the danger of that, I suppose. Okay, so let's pause on the screen for a moment, because I think I see what it was I didn't understand about the P plus POW interaction. So on this screen, we saw that when the P switch is active, of course, all of the yellow blocks become coins. When you throw the POW, all the yellow blocks drop, and that seems to unblock the gate that's next to the on-off switch that is to the left of the goal. What I didn't see until I reviewed the video is that the jump block on the very left side of the screen above the on-off switch doesn't actually drop anything useful. Like, it doesn't drop a bomb or anything to activate the switch. It drops a coin. The coin doesn't activate a thing. So what's going on there is that the yellow blocks transform into coins on the left side as well as the center column. On the left side, when you activate the POW, the coins drop onto the jump block and it spawns another coin that does not do anything to the on-off switch. What does that tell me? It tells me that I should be looking for a different room in the level where P plus POW is going to be a relevant interaction and which has a jump block that is actually something that can be activated. It drops a coin, but something else happens. Okay, because I was reading that as thinking, okay, maybe that's a clue to a different room. But if it's a clue to that room, then my conclusion is not correct. Okay, let's take a look at that again. I mean, I guess you just saved me some time by telling me it's not correct, but... because the other thing I'd previously considered, of course, is getting onto the left side and shooting the bomb... Whoops. Hang on. Shooting the bomb that is above me in that door, but I believe we had actually checked that, and that was ultimately a dead end. Unless there's some way to get into a red pipe. But something else happens. Okay, so that's not... I noticed the wrong thing then. Because if you have a drop in that location... And yeah, I guess I will have to beat Roru to CP1. I don't know if you told me if Roru already found CP0. You added the on-off thing because you avoided throwing the POW block once you realized it had no chance of helping. Now it looks like there's a reason to do it. Oh, yeah, because then your eye would be led towards, like, trying to do the coin drop, and then you realize the coin drop does nothing. Okay. But we do know that the P plus POW interaction destroys the entire center column, though, right? Like, that's something that definitely happens. And the only other thing I can think of is, like, if there is some sort of spawn block going on, or something else that's like a reason to re-enter this room with a second POW. I mean, and now with the thing with the POW block being tucked behind CP2, I think CP0 is actually much, much easier than CP1, like even compared to what it was before, but... Okay, so if my conclusion is not correct, then let's just do the interaction up to that point. Let's do P plus POW. I should have enough time to get to CP1, I think. I'm not likely to put in very many attempts on this today just because the stream is getting a bit late, but we will at least try to take a look. So yeah. I've been, for those of you who haven't seen this, I have been playing this one on a fairly regular basis over the past few weeks because there are 3 different exit strategies, I guess. 3 different exit solutions, depending on which checkpoint you start from. And so it's got a very interesting sort of overlapping structure, where we found 2 out of 3 solutions. And the third one still eludes us. Yeah, you want it to be solvable? Yeah, that would be nice. From the perspective of somebody who's trying to do the solving. Because it seems like it's something like really kind of subtle. Yeah, but I've definitely been thinking about locations where P plus POW is a relevant interaction. And yeah, we need to do P-switch next. Yeah. And then we have to kind of pray that the cape flight is going to go well. Okay, here we go. And back. Pardon me, just... Okay, never mind, I just needed to have a cough for a moment, actually. Okay, let's grab this. Not spit Yoshi into the fire. Grab him like this. And hop back in here. And yeah, that's going to be fire. So yeah, if we get past CP2 into POW, which it looks like we will, then I don't know how many times I'll repeat this today, but we'll at least try to, you know, read what's going on with P plus POW and notice whatever interaction I somehow haven't seen. And yeah, we'll see about that. Nope. Okay. Back we go. And yeah, let's remember to actually hit the checkpoint first. Okay. Back to this room. And back to stare at it some more while we actually have a bit of time, because I'm not going to be really doing anything on this attempt until the next death. Yeah, notice that when the room is on the off state, then the red blocks are gone. Now, if you manage to eradicate all the yellow blocks in the center column, then the question is there a way to sneak in here in the on state and have the reset happen? Now, the reset was happening because the P-switch is not active, right? Like, you'd have to come back here a second time, I think. Like, you come in here the first time, you drop the wall in the middle, you come back here a second time, and you'd have to kind of sneak into the location on the left side before the switch toggles automatically from on to off. Now, given that you're going to be coming here on a first attempt, that toggle should happen. I don't think I actually saw the trigger for that. I know it's something to do with all the bomb placements, but might be top right corner, actually. Let's see, because I don't remember if the thing that automatically toggled from on to off was something that could actually be triggered when, for example, you enter that room without the P-switch on. But we're going to have to see... Oh, I missed the chance to take the death on the spike. That's okay, we'll just take the next available death. Interesting 10 coin there, motivating a bit of a jump. For some reason, I am going to take the death here. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there is a bit of a time delay, and it looks like the switch is the top right corner, if I'm able to see that. 10 coin is to get people to learn that the P-switch stops the conveyor. I guess if they're noticing that, you know, in what is a bit of a frantic sequence. I don't know if they'll necessarily pick up on it, but, yeah, you know, I mean, on repeated attempts, maybe it's something that they would notice with time if it's not already second nature. I think I am not somebody who's in a position to comment on that simply because of the fact that, you know, that's honestly one of the first things I ever learned about Mario Maker 1 was what the P-switch does in that kind of position. Yeah, I feel like I burned a lot of time actually on, hang on, let's redo this because I burned a lot of time in the first 40, 50 seconds or so just talking, and so... Actually, yeah, it's Spike who hits the on-off switch, and the problem is that Spike only hits the on-off switch if you are facing him right to left, and so that interaction I don't think happens if you're spawning on the left side of the room. So the question is there a way for me to toggle the on-off switch on the left side of the room if I enter while this is on the on state? So for example, you know, is there something I could do with Yoshi to plop something there? But I don't know what could activate the on-off switch though, because it's surrounded by ground. So I'm looking at the switch on the left side. It's surrounded by ground. The jump block isn't dumping anything onto it. And there's nowhere for me to actually grab a bomb unless I take a bomb in with me. I do, in fact, know how to take a bomb in with me, but I don't know if I can place that at the same time as placing a POW. Like, I know where to get a bomb. And it's the bomb that's, well, except I don't know how to get a bomb and a POW. That's the issue. Like, I know how to grab a bomb elsewhere in the level and take it with me, but I don't have a way to take it into the pipe. Because the on-off switch on the left side is very conspicuously within bomb range, but there's... But it's also over a find that if I am coming in the on state, the thing isn't really going to sit on anything comfortable. Like the bomb doesn't have a place to sit, so maybe that's not it. But it really seems like the idea should be that if the center column drops out, that if I'm able to get into the central section of this room and then switch the state from on to off, then I'm in good shape. The problem is that Spike on the top right corner won't do that job for me, I don't think. So the question is, what can I do to make that happen? Unless, of course, that's just not the solution. Okay, let's do this for real. And punch this. Oh, okay, now I see how you've tried to time the P-switch activation there. Yeah, it happens pretty quickly. And here's the thing I always keep avoiding, even though it's supposed to teach the player. Okay. Let's let that drop out then. And then we'll loop around with Yoshi and do the damage interaction, followed by P-switch. Whoops. There we go. So far, so good. Okay, that's fine. Except we need to jump off this guy now. And slap our way over here. Okay, first try, excellent. Alright, P-switch should remain active, good. Star gets us Yoshi. On-off state control in that room might become relevant, I'm not really sure. But yeah, if I get a bomb, I don't think there's a way I can also get a POW. That's part of the issue I'm running into right now. Anyway, we need to grab fire. Nothing in particular to interact with the POW in that room. I think I had checked that previously. Now we bust open the exits on the left side. And then, yeah, there we go. So this bomb can really get you places, but it's not something I'll be able to sneak through to Green Pipe. I don't see that happening, so. Okay. Still kind of instinctively popping that switch. Sure, let's take Yoshi. That's important, actually. And let's bust this open just in case of additional changes. Nope. Didn't think so. Okay. Interestingly enough, no, you can't drop the clown card through here. There's no on-off activation that's available to give you that. I'm going to come through here for the POW stacks. So this much we've figured out. And we need a second POW in order to get through here with one POW intact. Looking at a whole bunch of these P blocks in the meantime. See if there's anything I'm missing. And 249, yeah, I guess we have to do it. No real option here. And then we'll go P plus POW in the room that is by now so notorious. Oh, no. Hang on. I guess we have to go back to grab the blue pipe POW. Yeah, no, this is an issue. I need to grab the blue pipe POW all over again, and of course I'm past CP2 at this point. Yeah, the Yoshi never despawns. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I wasn't clear on that as a Yoshi spawning rule, actually. But there's probably a lot that I've just forgotten about how Yoshi works in this context. You think it changed from Maker 1? Might be it, yeah. Because I've not played too many things with Yoshi that are really, really large scale where despawning is even a going concern. Alright then, let's try it this way then. Might save some time. And let's see if this is right. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Drop this. And now, moment of truth. Let's, have P. And then POW. Okay. Let's see what just happened. Drop the center column, drop the left column. Didn't do anything with the on-off switches. It only improves my position insofar as I can come back here with another POW and see if there's any kind of state change that is meaningful. Notice the muncher that is coming out of the top pipe. What does the muncher do? If not some kind of compression or, you know, something like an infinite P-switch setup or something like that. The muncher is blocked if you come in here with the P-switch active. Yeah. I mean, this is just gonna be coin. Looks like if we come through here with... I mean, if we come through here with a bomb somehow, we can hit on off, but as I said before, I don't see that happening when we would have to escort both a bomb, like an active bomb and a POW, so I don't think that's going to happen. There's green pipe, yellow pipe, lots of stuff that might happen. I think the natural thing to check is just to come in here twice. And to come in here with, you know, a whole bunch of potential spawn blocking haven't been taken care of already. So we'll just try it. I have my doubts that this will do anything useful, but might as well see if there is any meaningful change here. I'm going to check it without the P-switch active. Okay. Just to see if this room is doing anything differently. Let's see if I can actually step on one of the bombs. No. And bomb up top is not going to be too helpful either. The thing is, in this game, bombs are just coins, right? Like, they aren't going to do anything for me here. I mean, I could come in bringing fire, bringing a piranha, but I don't see that as doing anything too novel either. 20 seconds left. Interesting that the red blocks are kind of aesthetically connected to that red blaster and the burner. So if I have the power of fire, then what actually happens to me here? I'm able to blow up the bomb that's by the red pipes. I'm not really able to do anything that activates an on-off switch, though, as far as I know. Like, I feel like I need to be here, and then I need to do something to hit the on-off switch. But I don't see what that something is going to be unless we have some kind of object that would allow us to control the positioning of the bombs, like, you know, if we had a side spring or something to launch them. But yeah, the mantra out of the top pipe I hadn't really paid much attention to before. And if there's any other kind of difference in this room, I guess I came in here with the P-switch inactive, but if we came up here a second time, I'm not sure I would see that either. Actually kind of tempted to see what it looks like if we come in there and do this interaction from CP2. I mean, I'm sure it's blocked off somehow, but... Oh, it's a fairly long sequence, so I think maybe we won't necessarily be doing it, but... So for example, let's say I go through CP2. And we know that's part of the solution to get the coins. Like, that's a necessary step in this route. To grab coin 1, bomb everything out, grab coin 2. And, yeah, which requires me to go through the door to the right. I can do that interaction from CPU, though getting to fire is harder. Exactly. No, I know what you mean, because even with the revisions previously, I know we had gone through that whole massive sequence with the double Yoshis and so on. The Muncher coming out of the top yellow pipe seems like it's potentially significant, though. I can't get any objects to get through there by way of the one-way panel. It's the only thing that's kind of concerning me there, but... if we figure out what that Muncher is actually doing in the pipe, maybe there's something that will allow us to make some headway. I think, though, that we may have to look at this further, because I'm still probably missing the interpretation of the thing that you're trying to tell me with the E plus power drop. Particularly if it's something that's supposed to happen in that room. Notice how having a power drop in locations like this, like, would do something like kill this coin here, and... I mean, that would still just act as an infinite P-switch, but... when the conveyors are active, I'm not really sure, in fact, that would be the case. So for example, you know, if we decided to just destroy that coin that's gating off the P-switch mechanism, I don't wonder what happens there. Probably not the intended interaction, but, you know, let's just drop that anyway. Yeah, it just drops the P-switches indefinitely, as before. And yeah, so we have that whole interaction there, as well as a whole central section that is open when you are doing this route. Interestingly enough, if I do manage to obtain fire, I do now have a path over to the 30 coin, which was... I don't think it was previously the case, but I'm not completely clear on that. That's sort of interesting, because I hadn't even considered the Wiggler in Red Pipe on any earlier attempts. But maybe there is something new going on there. Yeah, just looking at where the next on-off activation is going to be, obviously there's that one that you open up through the center column, and which blocks you off when you get back out. Okay. I really do wonder if that's going to do anything useful. I mean, you would need to actually set the bomb on fire and, you know, do that accordingly, but... Oh, and I guess I've kind of spoiled my chance at it, given... Okay, no, we'll just do this again. Yeah, because I don't remember ever doing anything with the bottom right of the space here. But we would need the on state in order to do anything there, I think. Otherwise the bomb just doesn't spawn. Let's get back over here. And yeah, it doesn't really matter which way we go, I think. Except we needed Yoshi to have the power of fire, and so... yeah. Unfortunately, I think I do have to call it for this stream, so... hopefully you'll get a couple of extra clears in that. We'll have to think about the CP1 route, because right now it's just a big enough reset that I think I do need to inspect it a little closer off stream. But thank you once again, Biggie Swalls, for the Prime subscription. And I guess that'll ensure that we're going to have much more time with this to come. So, kind of a rough record today. Once again, but we've been taking on harder and harder puzzles, especially those ones from Bird Dog, just to give ourselves a bit more of a challenge. But yeah, very few levels over the course of a lengthy session, but we kind of made it, so thank you once again to both Zero Planes and I Am the Supernova for the raids earlier to bring us a bit of an audience to stare at puzzles all day until we eventually figured out that off-screen mechanic. We'll be back later in the week. Viewer levels are going to be on Friday and Saturday, or Saturday morning and Sunday morning if you are in EU. And between now and then, we may be doing some other content, possibly another big maker special like we did for Document last week, which technically is still unfinished. Possibly some other things we'll bring in, especially in the last week of Super Mario 35, really. So, good luck on the Ninja times. I managed to get top 1%, I think, kind of blundering into it, but I'm not really pushing on that any further, because I'm usually just satisfied to grab the best route I can find for myself and stop at that point. So, any of you who are pushing on that, have fun. And that'll be pretty much it for this stream. We'll be doing more puzzles and hopefully getting a bit of a belated clear on the one we did not solve in Bird Dog tonight. Until then, thanks for watching. We will scan around for some kind of Mario Maker content to forward you to next. But that will be all from my end, so all of you have a good night, or possibly a good morning. Soon enough, it may be good afternoon, actually, given the current time disparity, time dilation, that is even more pronounced than usual between regions. And until we meet again, fare thee well.